its national festival circuit, and I'm sure the film will be seen in a lot of places around the US and in other parts of the world where we have entered it into film festivals. I am Swedish myself, and enjoy filming in Utah. I would like to talk to you about these things. Now, Kelly.
Hi everyone, I'm Kelly Lord. I am a proud SAG-AFTRA actor. I've been in the I've been in the union since 2021 when I lived in New York City. Then when I moved to Utah, I wasn't going to give that up. I'm also not someone who waits around for an opportunity. So I am shooting a Utah-based film I wanted to quickly tell you all about right in Ogden Valley, really based on the friendships that I've made with women here and being a total wilderness newbie. So if you guys want to check this out, I obviously made a bunch of business cards, made flyers, and this is a micro-budget film. So right now we've raised about $5,000. We're hoping to get to like $20,000, but that's just to fairly pay our whole all women and non-binary like crew, also queer, also my little elevator pitch for these two guys is two driven women go on the ultimate glamping trip until a sus rancher and wildlife test their courage. Ooh, I was practicing on the way here. So yeah, thank you so much for giving me the spotlight. I wasn't expecting this my first hour at Sundance, and thank you so much, Amanda and Burton and the rest of the SAG community, because moving here was like a really big jump for me, and I just felt so welcomed by this community. So thank you, and thank you. And next we have Noella. She is the CEO and founder of Rasa.
Oh, wow, it's bright up here. Welcome to Utah, and huge thanks to Burton. We would not be here without Burton. I don't know where he is. But my name is Noella Sudbury. I'm the founder and CEO of Rasa Legal. Our mission at Rasa is to use technology to clear people's criminal records so that they can get access to more opportunities in life. And about 2 weeks ago, I got a call from Burton saying he wanted to put on this Justice Summit. There was not much of a Justice Summit more than 2 weeks ago. And he said, "Are you in?" And I said, "I'm in." And I hung up the phone with Burton and I called absolutely everybody that I've met over the past 20 years doing criminal justice policy work as a public defender. And I said, "Are you available in 2 weeks?" I can't tell you, we're putting on a Justice Summit at Sundance. I can't tell you what panel you're going to be on. I can't tell you what you're going to be talking about. I can't tell you who else is going to be there. But are you willing to book your flight and trust me that this is going to be an incredible opportunity? And I'm just blown away by the incredible people in my network who one by one said yes. We have, last I counted, more than 30 people who have flown out on their own dime. These are incredible policy leaders all across America. They are many, many formerly incarcerated leaders who are running their own organizations, making films, running startups, pushing policy change. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you for trusting me, for being in community with me. And if you're a filmmaker in the room, I know a lot of people here for the Justice Summit are anxious to tell their stories. Any one of the people on these panels, a whole films and films could be made about the incredible people they are and the impact they're having in the world. So thank you, thank you. Last thing before we kick off our day, you can see I'm holding this sign. We have about 5 minutes between panels. So moderators, we have to stay on time or we will get behind. I will be annoying here in the front saying 5 minutes, 2 minutes. There's a lot more that we could say and share, but we got to keep moving. So thank you for being here. It's also going to get really cozy. So the closer you can come to the stage, sit on the floor. We have a lot of people who want to cram in and hear the incredible people here. So get cozy and make room, and let's kick it off with our first panel, which is filmmaking and prison. Oh, I'll do a better job here. filmmaking and the arts in prison. So we've got Brandon Lee, Michael Kleiman, Asia Johnson, and London Brown. All right, you get it.
Good, how are you? Hi, Brandon. Nice to see you.
So thank you everybody for attending this morning and giving us your undivided attention if it's possible. Um, this lineup has changed a little bit, so I just want you to know who's actually present on this stage. We have Brandon Lee, who was supposed to be here, Asia Johnson, who's also supposed to be here. Wonderful people doing amazing things. My name is JJ Velasquez. I'm not supposed to be on this panel, but because of the weather in New York, our moderator couldn't make it out here, and I'm sitting in for it. This is about art in prison, right? And how it can change people's lives. You know, like I spent 23 years, 7 months, and 8 days incarcerated, and it was art that helped me find my freedom. I came home, and within 10 months, after serving almost 24 years, within 10 months, I was on set with Coleman Domingo in the Sing Sing movie that was nominated for 3 Oscars in 2024. My story's deeper than that, and we'll get into that in the next panel, but I was facing the death penalty. And had I given up, I wouldn't be here. And had we not had opportunities in prison by people like we're about to listen to, and what they provide for people like me to survive is very important, right? And so we're gonna get into this conversation, and we're gonna learn what these individuals do to save lives. I'm gonna give them a few minutes just to get the seating arrangement over here, okay? No problem. Come on up front, get off the floor, we got some chairs for you.
Better than being on the floor.
I think we can start. Thank you. So this panel is called Filmmaking and Arts in Prison, but at its core, this is a conversation about who gets to be seen as human, who controls the narrative, and what happens when creativity becomes a tool for survival rather than escape, right? So this morning, we're joined by filmmakers and cultural leaders who are not only documenting life inside carceral spaces, but actively reshaping what justice, healing, and representation can look like. We'll talk about storytelling, ethics, responsibility, and impact, and about what happens when art doesn't just reflect reality, but actually changes it, right? And so, I'd like to begin very simply by asking Asia, who's actually the producer of a film called Beyond, that she's about to talk about. I'm an executive producer on it, so I know the film very well. And what I want you to do, Asia, is just talk about how deeply intimate Beyond is, and based on your lived experience, why it's important to you to not just tell this story, but reclaim your own story by giving other people a voice.
Thanks, JJ. I know it's early, everybody, but good morning. I co-directed and produced Beyond, and it's a funny story because while we were in Sing Sing, we spent about 3-4 months in Sing Sing with these guys inside, and it was my first time going into a maximum security prison since I had been in one. And so before stepping foot into Sing Sing, I had all these I had a lot of anxiety. I was like, oh, the locks are gonna bother me. The officers' radios are gonna bother me. So many things are going to send me spiraling. And when I stepped foot in that prison, there was nowhere in the world that I would have rather been than in community with those guys. And most of that is because of my father. My father spent 7 years in prison. He went in at the age of 23. And when he came out, the world was not welcoming. The world was not kind. It was not empathetic. It was not ready to offer opportunity or empathy or love to him. And when I was 11, he committed suicide. So I have been so committed to building a world where we find the humanity in every single person, not just based on their accolades, their achievements, the things they've accomplished, but based on their potential and what they could be. And so making this film was not about me and my experience inside. It was about these guys and not the potential that they had, but the work they had done to heal from the trauma, the being tossed aside, the being told that they were nothing, are nothing, and will never be anything. And so the word redemption is a little controversial in my own mind because I think that in order to be redeemed, you had to have first been deemed something. And for many of us, from the womb to the prison, it was our pathway. And so I just sat in awe with the camera crew, just listening to these guys who were not just interesting, but leaders and guiders of and builders of this world that I think we all want to live in. We all want to be the best people we can be, and that is what is true for people who are in prison. So this empathy that I had, I just wanted to expand it to an audience outside of those walls. People who may think that they're not connected to the carceral system at all, who think, oh, that would never happen to me or my family or my neighborhood. But we are all in this together. And I think that to realize we're all in this together means that we have to remember those who have been forgotten or tossed aside.
Thank you, Asia. And Brandon, your work goes beyond documentation, right? You created healing spaces inside prisons. What was the moment that made you realize that art could be a pathway to survival, not just expression?
Sure. First off, thank you, Burton, for having me. And of course, Noella, thank you for that last minute phone call 2 weeks ago. My name is Brandon Lee. I created and documented a film inside of Arizona State Prison, Perryville. It's our all women's prison in Arizona. It's called Blank Canvas. It's on YouTube. And it's about how the arts can actually heal trauma. And, I'll get to the basis and the roots of it. Art, I grew up privileged in Newport Beach, California. I own that privilege that I was born into. And I think what society doesn't understand is that they assume that privilege means that nothing bad will happen to you. And so I experienced as a young child a lot of violence, a lot of abuse, and a lot of child sex abuse that happened to me. And at the age of 15, I became a drug addict, but was high functioning, was able to play for Team USA as a teenager while still abusing drugs and becoming a prostitute. I was a news anchor for NBC News and CBS News for 22 years in New York City, Atlanta, Boston, Los Angeles, and spent the last 11 years as a main anchor down in Phoenix, Arizona, up until 5 years ago. Up until that time, I never actually addressed the underlying issues and the childhood trauma that sent me down into prostitution and into drug abuse. And so 5 years ago, I was triggered and literally left the newscast and got high for the first time in 12 years. The level of depression and shame sent me spiraling, and finally decided to begin doing breath work and trauma breath work with a shaman. And that, through 8 months of that, I was introduced to artwork for the first time in my life and would lock myself up into the guest room and would pound EDM music while creating artwork. And 9 months later, I quit my job of 22 years and I opened up the very first Art of Our Soul studio, 500 square feet, where we combine EDM music and acrylic pouring artwork all at the same time. 3 years ago, I began working with reentry folks and got to know them, and I came up with this crazy idea, and I'll be honest with you, I'm very open about it, during a psychedelic journey with a shaman, and was shown myself inside of a prison of which that was never my story, working with incarcerated individuals and helping them heal through the arts. 3 years ago, I came up with this idea that I was just going to go to the governor of Arizona and to the director of prisons, of which I had no connection to, and literally sent the director a message on LinkedIn and said, hey, I would like to meet with you. And he literally emailed me back in 3 hours and said, I would love to come to your art studio. Long story short, he goes, what am I doing here? And I said, I want to build holistic healing centers inside of our state prisons. And he started laughing. And he goes, you don't build holistic healing centers inside prisons. Super long story short. Now, 2 years later, my company, Art of Our Soul, we build holistic healing centers inside of our supermax and high-risk prisons, brick and mortar, where we offer a menu of modalities beginning at 6 o'clock in the morning, trauma-informed yoga, trauma-informed breath work, which turns into 30 minutes of sound bath sessions, and then it transforms into art and music therapy the rest of the afternoon. And so we're in Perryville, we're in Lewis Prison Complex, where we work the highest risk population, including men diagnosed with serious mental illness. And people said it couldn't be done, and so that's why we brought our film crews inside Arizona State prisons. And I made a decision not to put Jodi Arias in our film. And I don't know if many of you know who Jodi Arias is. She comes into our studio every day. She participates, but I chose not to go down that route because the film would have been hijacked by her story. And so our film, we identify your everyday women who are incarcerated to show that we need to be investing into the root causes of what actually leads people to make some pretty terrible life decisions, which makes them incarcerated. Because we should take advantage of every opportunity of while someone is in our custody to rehabilitate them through data-driven and data-proven therapeutic modalities so that when they are released, we can help end generational trauma and we can help rewire their brains so that they don't go back and be triggered to the same behaviors that lead them back into prison.
Thank you, Brandon. Go ahead, you give it up. Yeah. This is a real conversation taking place, and we're about to go in. So prisons are more or less designed to strip people of their identity. What makes art so powerful, and why is it that sometimes it's even deemed threatening inside of these institutions?
I'll never forget the first, it was a week before we were opening our first Art of Our Soul at Perryville Prison, and I build them out. I'm still, I still love to be in there, and I'm drilling against the cinder block walls with our neon signs, and we changed the environment, first off. So when our environment plays a huge role in how we think, how we feel, how we behave. It's like if you go to a nightclub or you go to a lounge and there's no music and fluorescent lights are hitting you, you're not gonna have a very good evening, right, with your friends. Like, we know that. So when you walk into our centers, when you walk into our holistic healing centers, people often, and even the director of Utah flew down from the prisons here, flew down, and he goes, I cannot believe this. I can't believe this is in a prison. Like, this doesn't feel like I'm in a prison. I said, that's the point. Exactly. And so if we change the environment of which these individuals are housed, we change behaviors, full stop. And there was an officer, he didn't know who I was, and we were literally drilling a neon sign into the studio. I had my muralist in there. We mural the hell out of these. It's all neon lights, and it looks like you're in a nightclub. We pound EDM music, and this officer who'd been there for over 20 years had no idea who I was, and he just goes, this program's bullshit. They don't deserve this, and this is just a bunch of contraband, and we're gonna have a ton of problems. He didn't know who I was, and he was like telling me this. He thought I was a construction worker. And so, I told the warden we're gonna have a problem. And so we had him removed, and he moved to a different yard. And it's that kind of mentality. I don't like to bore people with statistics at all. But I do wanna let you know that we just got our 2-year data back. And again, we're at the highest risk populations, not low custody. And we were able to bring violence down by 78% on one of the most violent yards at both Lewis Prison and Perryville Prison. We brought self-harm incidents. This is cutting. This is all self-harm, including overdose, down by 78%. And we brought mental health watches, which are those who are threatening to end their own lives, down by 88%. And it goes with regulating the body. It's investing into the therapeutic modalities. We can invest, and last week, which is insane, I got the most conservative Republican state senator, Senator Corinne Warner in Arizona, along with State Representative Matt Gress in our State House. They just introduced House Bill 2586. House Bill 2586 is over nearly $2 million to fund Art of Our Soul programs in all of our 6 major state prisons. And people told me this could not be done. They tell you it can't be done, this never belongs in there, but what I tell people is let's look at your data, and I will prove to you that locking someone up and throwing away the key and removing the arts and not including the arts, and I can show you other data that will prove otherwise. And so we really just have to have a discussion of, do we want to help people rewire their brain through the arts, which we can do, create new thought patterns, create new behaviors, or do we want to lock them up and throw away the key? And so that's the argument and that's the decision that we have to have. And I think finally, with the leadership of Director Thornell of our Arizona State Prisons, who had the courage to allow us to build our centers inside of his prisons, with a lot of people in this industry saying that's way too soft, right? And so, but I think the key is that we made it about the correctional officers as well. And so we open up our sessions to the correctional officers along with our incarcerated individuals. So the officers are actually creating and doing yoga, they're doing breath work and sound baths and creating artwork alongside the inmates. And so it's not just an incarcerated individual program, it's also a program for the officers. And so we combine them. So when you have an officer creating a piece of artwork next to an incarcerated individual, when they go back to the yard, they now have a relationship that they've been able to bond inside of our studio, and they're taking that out to the yards where they live, which is why you're seeing levels of decrease of violence.
Thank you. Asia, if you want to add to that, you definitely can, but what I want you to do after that is lead in to basically, like, how did your lived experience shape the way you led the path for the guys inside, right? You gave them authorship. You created vulnerability and trust. And so, like, just so that everybody understands what Beyond is, because you can't appreciate it without actually watching it. Beyond is something that started by people that were incarcerated, that were passionate about sharing their lived experience with the world. And so while I was incarcerated, I had basically curated 2 TEDx events at Sing Sing while I was incarcerated, the first TEDx events in a maximum security prison in New York. And while we used that, right, to get our word out, there's all these barriers, like with TED and their rules and what can happen and who can perform. And so I had been released. And there's this organization called Hudson Link for Higher Education that I used to work for, and that's how we got it done. They gave them the support to create their own TED-like experience inside of Sing Sing on their own, with their own resources, right? And that's essentially what she filmed. And so she brought her lived experience to this film and got the guys to trust in her and the production. And what she did beyond that is she actually made the guys in the film producers of the film. And so I want you to talk about all of that.
I think it was Maya Angelou that said, there's no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside your soul. And for many people who've experienced incarceration, myself included, I spent 7.5 years in Michigan's only prison for women. I quickly realized that it wasn't about the moment or the one thing that we did that led us to prison. It was still about the hopes and the dreams and the plans and our childhoods and at one time, it doesn't matter if you were wrongfully convicted or you were convicted of something you did do, the system, the world looks at you like you've done something and you deserve to be in a cage. And so I'm gonna say something that might be a little controversial. I don't think any human being deserves to be in a cage. I think that
Doesn't sound controversial in this room.
and it's not, but what I want to say is that the people, if you watch Beyond, and I hope that you all do, I don't want you to get it twisted. That it wasn't the prison that did the work on these men. It was these men who invested in themselves and one another and healed each other and themselves. They read books. They tapped into Hudson Link. They tapped into themselves. It wasn't the prison doing the work. Like JJ said, prisons are designed to strip us of our dignity, of our humanity, of everything that we've been taught that we are. And now we have these new labels: murderer, thief, all these terrible things. Inmate. Like, though, that's not who we are. And we do the work. And one of the myths about incarcerated people, one of the things I want to say is that we're the most hardworking, loyal people you will ever meet because of the darkness we've experienced. And so when I hear people say things like, we've got to like invest in prisons, we just got to make them better, we've got to make them prettier, it's like putting lipstick on a pig. It's still a cage. And art in prison, poetry was the thing that reminded me of who I was and what I could be. But after those workshops, after spending time in college classes, I still had to return to that cell. And the cell was where I spent most of my time. Like, you sleep in that cage, you wake up in that cage, you are told what you can eat, where you can go, when you can talk to your family, when you can visit your family. You are so disconnected from everything you want to be and hope to be. And that's what prisons do. They disconnect you from love, from healing. And so I love what you're doing by building healing, holistic healing, brick and mortar spaces in prisons. But I want you to know that it's still a prison. And one of the things they said we couldn't do was get rid of slavery back in the day. And I want us to imagine a world and actively build a world where prisons do not exist, where people, are not in a position where they feel so like they don't have any options, that they have to do something to harm themselves or harm somebody else or steal because they want to get their kids shoes or food or feed their families, or they're in an environment where violence is the norm. We have to like make a new normal and like invest in communities that are tossed to the side, that are not invested in, where schools are failing. And then if somebody does commit harm, we have to figure out a way to heal that harm without throwing somebody in a prison. If you don't invest in over 90% of people who are in prison are coming home at one point. They are coming home to us. Do we want them to come home the same, battered, broken, triggered people that they were when they went in, that the prison just like harped on them and beat them down, and they come out and now they're worse than when they went in? Or do we want people not having to be caged in the first place? And so, I mean, on Thursday, I watched Michael Teneo from our film come home from prison after 21 years. And
can we get some claps for that, please? That's also the reason why the other director, Michael Kleinman, is not here, because he's filming him on his first weekend with his family.
I cried more than I cried when I came home, right? So, and all the director Asia, like filmmaker Asia, I was in the corner, like off in the woods, crying my eyes out, watching his daughter run to him. And I couldn't help but think, 21 years, it didn't have to happen. 21 years, nobody should be in a cage. Nobody should be disconnected from their family, from love, from their daughter. But he's home now, and he has a whole life ahead of him. But I can only imagine like the nights that he's gonna wake up and think like, I'm still in prison, or think about that officer that told him he wasn't shit, or think about what society thinks of him now because he spent those 21 years away. He has an iPhone for the first, like iPhones were not, I don't even know what phone was out 21 years ago. But I remember coming out, and I had a BlackBerry when I went in. I don't know if y'all remember BlackBerries, but those were the thing. And now the phone has already got him. I'm like, bro, look up from the phone. Like, you can figure that out later. Like, look around you. But I just want us to think about abolition and the way to like end the carceral state as a whole.
Thank you. This room is filled with a lot of advocates. It's also filled with a lot of filmmakers. And both of you are into film and filming this particular demographic that we're discussing now, right? And so what ethical guardrails do you use, like, when you're interviewing these individuals, knowing that it's hard for them to reclaim trust. Their freedom has been taken from them. They've been stripped of their humanity, and your purpose of your film is to restore that humanity, at least for that person. So what are the guardrails, the ethical guardrails that you use in approaching these films?
Yeah, I think one of the when we were having our discussions and our editorial meetings, going into this, we do again. I go back to the Jodi Arias thing. You could just you could turn on any Netflix right now. You could turn on anything, and it's Jodi Arias and this whole series and everything like that. And our program is open to her. She's able to come every single day, and I chat with her every single time that I'm on the yard. So we treat everybody the same. But it was really important to me that we allowed a space to allow these women to be very open and honest. A lot of them have been through my program, and so they were finally willing to open up about the childhood trauma that they experienced, whether it be environmental trauma in the neighborhoods and the communities of which they were raised, or it was the childhood attachment trauma, not having a mother or a father there to hold them and connect with them in those early formative years, or it was child abuse. And so we gave them that space to say, it's your story, and you get to open up about what led you down this path. And they were very open and honest about, the decisions that they made that ended up landing them in prison. But, to me, I didn't want to be exploitative. And I feel like so much, and I was in journalism of 22 years, and I know what exploitative journalism is. And so I just felt we didn't focus on the crime. When you watch our film, Blank Canvas, which I think is so much different than so many other crimes out there around the justice spaces, we didn't focus on the crimes they committed. We only focused on their healing journey. And that was really, really important to me. So we don't do all this history we don't identify somebody and go back and say, well, they committed this crime and 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 all this stuff. No, she says, I'm here for murder too. And that's it. And it goes into her childhood. She talks about her childhood and how she was impacted by an abusive mother and how that impacted her early childhood experience and how that led her to prostitution. I wanted people to finally understand, and this is the thing when I'm either talking to politicians or just the general public, is if you would get to have a conversation with someone who's incarcerated and spend some time with them, and they take you back to their early childhood, and they shared some of their lived experience with you, trust me, you would have had empathy and compassion for this individual when they were a child. But we only focus on the bad decisions that somebody made when they were an adult. We never then go back to well, what led them to make this decision? We only focus on the adult decision. And so that's why when I made this film, Blank Canvas, I didn't want to focus on the adult decision. I wanted to focus on the individual. And honestly, the question that I opened up with and everything is, what happened when you were a child? Take me back to that experience. And that's where we let off every conversation.
Thank you, Brandon. How about you, Asia?
One of the things I was most worried about was me having these long conversations with the guys, them opening up things that they haven't talked about maybe in their whole lives. They never had anybody to listen, or they did have people to listen, but they had so much, as a man in America or in the world, like, you don't want to cry, you don't want to be vulnerable. And here, like, again, Michael Taneo's like pouring his heart out and crying. And then my worry was, what happens after we leave? Now, even for me, like, I have a therapy session and I close my laptop or I leave her office and I'm like, oh my God, now what? So I wanted to make sure that after we left, that they had people that they could rely on, mental health specialists if they needed that. They needed to talk to a therapist. We couldn't have done this without Hudson Link and also, like, I'm sure the guys were calling you, JJ, like, bro, like, I just cried my eyes out with Asia for an hour. Like, now I don't know what to do with my emotions. So Hudson Link is in the prison every single day. And so I knew that if Ellie, one of our guys in the film, who's a veteran, who, as you watch the film, you see him go from he hadn't spoken in about 8 or 9 years. Like he was not talking at all. And by the end of the film, he's on stage at Beyond the Block telling his story of how when he came home from the war, there were no resources. He was homeless. He was eating out of trash cans. He was sleeping under cars. And he tells this story so emotionally and so it like to watch him struggle at the beginning, and then Michael and Salahuddin and all these guys are helping him speak for the first time. He talks about his low confidence, and um, I wanted to make sure that Ellie, who probably had the hardest time, I wanted to make sure that he had support after we were gone. He also saw the parole board was then denied. There are all these things that happen that you go back to your cell and in Sing Sing, you're in the cell by yourself. Where I was, you had somebody to talk to in your cell, which there are pros and cons to both. Like I want my privacy. I don't want to have to like, you know, but there's something really dark about being in the cell by yourself, not having a phone, not being able to connect with the people that you love, and just having to sit with the shit. Like just having to sit with a parole denial, talking about something that happened when you were 6 years old. Maybe you were assaulted or abused, or all of this stuff just sits with you, and you have no outlet most times because you're in that cell. And so I, as a filmmaker, wanted to make sure that when we weren't there, that when we were gone, guys had an outlet and someone to listen to them and someone to help them along that journey. And Hudson Link was there. And also Docs in New York, I want to say Sing Sing and San Quentin are two prisons that are doing work to maintain the humanity of people. You go to somewhere like Michigan, where I'm from, you go to somewhere like Nebraska, like the Department of Corrections does not care. But I'm really happy that Sing Sing is like paving a road where other prisons and other wardens can look to. As long as prisons exist, we should be trying to do it right.
Thank you, Asia.
I
We
wonder-
only, real quick, we
Yeah.
only have like
Yeah.
3 minutes left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a question. You both have a minute and a half. Share it. Be like, be reasonable, right? So what is one truth you wish the public understood about people inside prison that they usually don't? And you can start with what you were going to say and then go in.
Yeah, no, for sure. She had mentioned you had mentioned something earlier about how formerly incarcerated individuals are some of the hardest working individuals. You're absolutely right. Art of Our Soul makes a commitment that my company only hires formerly incarcerated individuals, and we get them trained and certified as yoga facilitators, breathwork facilitators, sound bath facilitators, art and music therapy facilitators, and then I employ them and I send them back into the prisons of which they were once housed, and they facilitate all of the sessions in a one-to-one. And I want to say that because I want it to be full circle, and the reason why I had lawmakers ask me, why is your program, it's kind of expensive. And I said, yeah, because I pay my facilitators a livable wage of $35 an hour so that they can go back into the prisons, but they can come back and they can put a roof over their head. They can put food on the table. And for a lot of these cases, they can pay child support, right? And that is part of healing within the family and allowing them to be there. So I'm going to use up my 90 seconds because I really think it's really important that we break that stigma that these are individuals, they are the most loyal folks you will ever have because you've given them an opportunity and you've given them a chance.
Thank you, Brandon, for your work and just for you, for being you and bringing that to all of us here. Asia?
One of the myths I want to debunk is, okay, so just imagine you're going on a first date with somebody, right? And what is one of the first things you do once you get their whole name? You look them up, right? And so I want you to know that Google only tells you part of a person's story. If you find out somebody was incarcerated and you Google them and they're like 100 articles in one person's voice. You don't usually learn what that person went through, their past, their childhood, the things they went through, how they feel, what they're going to do, what they're capable of, their loyalty, their hard work. Like Google's not going to tell you that unless there was a film made about them, unless they wrote an article or an op-ed. So I just want us to like rely less on Google, and even if the person hasn't been incarcerated, and you just want to know like, I wonder what they do for a living. Like, just dating, being friends with somebody, hiring people. Let's rely less on Google and more on like one-to-one interactions.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you to the wonderful audience paying attention. It's been very quiet. I see it filled up. I'm very happy with the outcome, and you're about to hear from me in a little while. But
Thank
you got
you
a few
so
minutes,
much.
so stretch your legs.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, how y'all doing? It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Rasa, New York Thomas. I am probably most well known for being on a co-producer and a co-host of the Ear Hustle podcast. I'm also the executive director of Empowerment Avenue, which is an organization that helps incarcerated people get their stories out on major platforms so we can stop preaching to the choir and reach other hearts and minds and get paid prevailing wages to break the cycles of poverty and incarceration and recidivism. And in my spare time, I co-founded the San Quentin Film Festival, and I'm a filmmaker. Now, I am honored to be here today to have a conversation about how stories spark criminal justice reform with John J.J. Velasquez and Don Porter. Now, I don't know if everybody, does everybody know JJ?
I hope so.
Well, just in case, his accolades are incredible. He served 27 years in prison, and that's not the incredible part, but he was innocent and he stayed sane during that time. Imagine how insane it must be to be in prison, a maximum security prison for something you didn't even do. And to tell your story of innocence so much, and nobody listens, and the way you get out isn't even through actual innocence. But one man did listen, Dan Slepian. He's a journalist with NBC, and he worked really hard, never gave up, and helped him come home. And now they made a bunch of amazing work together. They have a podcast that was a Pulitzer Prize finalist. They have the Sing Sing Chronicles documentary, directed by Don Porter. They have a book, Letters from Sing Sing. I mean, just incredible, incredible award-winning work that is shifting the narrative. Now, Dawn, I just met this morning, so I'm going to go into my phone and read her accolades. But just off the top of my head, she directed, like, Gillian's Army about public defenders, of course, the Sing Sing Chronicles. And she has a film right now premiering Tuesday at the Sundance Film Festival called When a Witness Recants. Her films have been on Netflix, Amazon. She's award-winning. Her accolades are so long, I got to go on my phone and look them up. And this is the short bio. She's been on MTV Films. Let me see. Leader in Entertainment. Oh, I got to tell you about Luther Vandross. So, side note, my film was in a film festival, Friendly Signs, and next door was Luther Vandross. I almost missed my own film screening to go see hers. But let's get back on focus. John, first I want to start with you, man. First of all, what is it like telling us, like, who listens, like, what is it like being innocent and constantly telling people you're innocent and nobody's listening?
Wow. It's like banging your head on a wall and waiting till it doesn't, like, you can't do it anymore, right? Being incarcerated for a crime you didn't commit, like, changes the person that you are, right? Because had I given up, I wouldn't be here. Like, when this thing started and I got indicted and arrested, I was facing the death penalty, right? I had just turned 22 years old. I didn't even know what a life really consists of. And I was about to lose it for something that I didn't even know about. I wasn't at the scene. I don't know anybody involved. They just plucked me out of my house, kidnapped me, and made me serve 23 years, 7 months, and 8 days, and then made me come home and serve an additional 2.5 years on parole before I was able to get exonerated by DNA evidence and be scientifically excluded from the crime, right? But, like, for many years, I met Dan in 2002, so that was a fortunate, like, chance meeting for me, but I didn't get out until 2021, even with the help of a media conglomerate. It's not just Dan. NBC was behind this, and they were pushing it. They hired Dawn to do a story on me, right? And they couldn't have hired anybody better, let me just say that. But,
Oh, by the way, it won an Emmy.
oh yeah, we won the 2025 Emmy Award for Best Documentary. And so, like, I just remember when I was first incarcerated, I used to always tell people, like, I didn't do this, I'm innocent. And people were like, we hear this all the time. Like, everybody that's incarcerated says they're innocent. And I'm here to tell you that that's not actually true. There are a lot of people that are incarcerated. In fact, the majority of the people that are incarcerated will tell you they did something wrong. They will. And some of them will change and some of them won't, right? There's no absolutes here. We can't fix the world just by speaking it up, right? And I couldn't get people to believe me just by speaking about it. And, you know, like when I was first incarcerated, I was a layman to the law. I didn't know anything about the law. I had to learn the language that they used to destroy my life, to vindicate myself. And it still took almost 3 decades. So that's what we were really up against. And I convinced Dan in 2002, but it wasn't like an easy thing. He came to visit me because of a friend of mine that was also wrongfully convicted that he was doing a story on. And when he first met me, he challenged me. And I had to figure out, how do I challenge him back in a way that can be effective? And so essentially what I did was, I said, well, you know what? You think I'm guilty. I'm challenging you to prove me guilty. Go into the community, go follow the facts, and prove me guilty. Because what you'll be doing is working for me. And he took that challenge. And so for 20 years, we fought this system. But like without the power of media, without the power of remarkable storytellers who can get what actually occurred across to society, we won't be close to changing it. Right now, there's at least 100,000 people on conservative, like, data, right? Data that's been given to us by the government, right? The same people responsible for the tragedy are saying that they get it wrong like 5% of the time. But we have millions of people incarcerated in this country. So 5% equals hundreds of thousands of people suffering the same life that I had to suffer. There's people who have died. I just read in the paper, 70 years later, they just posthumously, how do you say that word?
Posthumously.
We're all having a problem saying it, right? But essentially, 70 years after he was killed by the state of Chicago, they have now exonerated him. And his son, who's a grown man, had to like break down and cry in the court and be like, I've been trying to tell you guys this my whole life. Right? Like, we have serious problems in this country. I could talk forever, but I want to let Dawn talk.
On that note, Dawn, first I have 2 questions for you. They might emerge, so that's why I'm asking them at the same time. The first question, most of your films, except for Luther that you maybe almost missed my film screening for, seem to have a theme about criminal justice. So like, why are you interested in that topic? And then when you got the call for Sing Sing Chronicles, why did you say yes? And you know, tell me about that.
Well, first, it's a pleasure and honor to sit next to this man who, as you said, I think one of the many remarkable things about John Adrian is that he managed to find a way to retain his humanity. And I cannot emphasize to you enough how difficult that is in the situation in which he was living. And so I always want to honor and recognize that you are still fighting for that. That just because you're out and acknowledged and you're beautiful, it doesn't mean the demons are gone. And we should all remember that. The way that we can stop these tragedies from happening is stop them from happening in the first place. We cannot fix it once it's happened. We cannot fix it. But my background is I'm a lawyer. And so I went to Georgetown Law School. I practiced for 5 years. And then I worked for ABC Television, ABC News. And I was seeing a lot of I love documentaries. I was seeing a lot of them about people who look like me, but not by people who look like me. And I was like, that's not right. And then I met these unbelievable people. Their organization is called Gideon's Promise, and they are public defenders, and they train public defenders to do client-centered representation, which is you see people as individuals and not case numbers. A lot of public defenders are not great. These are. And so I was just really fascinated with their program. So I was like, I want to tell their story. So, but I had never made a film before. I'm just stubborn. And so long story short, but we ended up getting a grant from the Ford Foundation um, to follow. I spent 3 years following these public defenders in the Deep South. We went to prisons. We went home with them. We did all of this work, and then HBO bought it, and it premiered here. We won the editing award, so that's what happened.
Let's go. All right, I got a similar question for each of you. I'm gonna come back to John real quick. So John, now you have all this media content, all these different ways your story are getting out, like through the podcast, through the book, and through the film. So how would you say that these things are changing the narrative?
Sorry, one last thing before you asked about, I didn't answer your question about what was interesting to me. I have now done a lot of projects about the criminal legal system, including Sing Sing Chronicles, which is a 4-hour series that MSNBC gave us 4 hours to do. And what drew me to that, I mean, it's hard to say you love these stories, but I can't get away from them because they just grab you. And I cannot stand the idea that people are invisible and are suffering this way. And we could do something, we could do better, and we don't. But Dan, I'm so sorry Dan can't be here, although it'll mean JJ and I can talk because usually Dan, he's kind of chatty, right? Dan filmed. So JJ did talk him in, and it was really brilliant for JJ to challenge Dan because Dan's like, oh, what do you mean? I'm going to report the crime. But so Dan went and re-interviewed all of the witnesses, supposed witnesses against JJ. He's a reporter. And the first witness, it didn't make sense. But he not only did that, he filmed all of his work. And he wasn't supposed to do that. He was a little baby reporter, and he bought himself a little video cam. We have so many different formats of footage because Dan was filming for 20 years. So Dan not only filmed the witnesses, and a lot of the witnesses that lied on JJ, he got them to admit what they said, but then he filmed their children, JJ's children. He got Sing Sing to let him bring cameras in multiple times. So we have the most complete documentation of a wrongful conviction I have ever seen. And the film that I have here now, you know, When a Witness Recants, those guys were in for 36 years. We have nothing. We have like 10 photos and no footage of them. So it was a much harder thing to do. Dan, I was like, who wouldn't want to make this film? Like, we wanted it to be 6 hours because there was that much material. So it is because of that journalism that you all get to see what it does to families. You see JJ's children grow up and how he's trying to parent from prison. Like, think about that. You can't talk to your kids now. Imagine if you have to wait for the public phone to try and get your child who's having trouble, and you can only get to the phone at certain times. Imagine the torment of that, knowing your child needs you and you cannot get there. So that's what Dan allowed us to show.
And then one follow-up question that you could probably answer. It sounds like, though, like Dan went to go take this challenge to like really try to prove you guilty. Like you called him out. Like as a reporter, he wasn't even trying to really prove you innocent, but then he found that along the way. Is that am I characterizing that correctly?
Well, he was definitely hard-headed in the beginning, and so definitely, you know, like, but Dan is a very passionate person, and like his passion is extreme. Like I've never seen this in a person before. Like once he gets locked into a story, particularly the individual behind the story, he's relentless. He doesn't take no for an answer. This was 20 years of work that he gave, right? And we still didn't know if it was going to get us to the promised land, to be exonerated, to be vindicated, right? We just knew that we were going to tell our truth to the world and let them be the ones to decide, is JJ actually innocent? You know, this work is like the most important work that can be done, because the worst crime America can commit to their citizens is locking them in a cage for something that they didn't do. They have no right to take our bodies and put them in cages and treat us like we're less than human, even if we're guilty. But for me to be not guilty and to go through that, I'm just very grateful, and Dawn was able to capture this, and Dan was able to capture this. I'm just very grateful for my family. My mother was my hero. My mother, at the age of 67, walked from Harlem to Albany, 6 days, walking in the street with a crew, right, that were lobbying for me and other wrongfully convicted people. So the families of the wrongfully convicted in New York walked 6 days over 125 miles from Marcus Garvey Park on Mother's Day to Albany to demand justice. This is not, yeah, go ahead, you can do that. I go all across the country talking about this case, showing this film, talking about the podcast, talking about the book, giving away the book. You know, we have some books for you guys too after this. But like, what I'm saying is that people need to understand that I wasn't the only person who was wrongfully convicted. And I'm not even talking about all the other people that were wrongfully convicted. There's another sense of victimization that takes place. My mother was wrongfully convicted. My 2 sons were wrongfully convicted. We all had to live through that travesty. And so, you know, like, there's probably people in this room who never even fathomed the wrongful conviction before today. It's your job now that you have the knowledge, it's your job to share that. It's your job to go back and say, hey, I met J.J. Velasquez. You should check out this story. It will wake you up about what's happening in this country, right? Everybody always asks me what they can do. The simplest thing you can do is spread the word.
You can also serve on juries, you know. There's a, you know, we all
Absolutely.
are like, oh no. But if you all who are open-minded and thoughtful, you know, juries have a function. The Sixth Amendment to the Constitution, right? So you have the right to a fair trial. That is constitutionally protected. That right means nothing if people aren't listening. Maria, so our film team was mostly women and Dan, and we had to like let Dan be quiet because he knows so much.
I could tell how much I love Dan.
Oh my God. And he would cry and he would be like, but Don, you don't understand. We're like, Dan, we understand, but you have 20 years of footage. We can't put it all in. But Maria, we probably could have made like a film about Maria. We were just all like so in love with Maria. And now she's my Facebook friend and she likes all my posts. Maria is like my mother too. She's like, congratulations on my other thing. So I love Maria.
Maria loves you too. One thing I want to say, adding to, you know, actively being a member of a jury, don't just sit on the panel, pay attention, right? Because somebody's life is in your hands. A person can get arrested and maybe just do a 3-month stint. And within those 3 months, they can kill somebody or get killed, right? This is serious business. And so beyond just being a person who can be on a jury panel and enact justice on their own by standing firm in their truth, the other thing that you can do is pay attention to voting, right? I can't tell you about Utah. I don't know how Utah is broken up. But in New York, we have 5 boroughs. And those 5 boroughs are run by prosecutors. And those prosecutors, for a very long time until recently, were ruling with an iron fist for over 20 and 30 years, doing the same things that they were doing, right? And let me tell you something. I went through 3 prosecutors. I went through 3 entire teams in the decades that I was incarcerated. It's this last team that was open and joined me in the motion to exonerate, right? And it took that level of, you have to understand the culture exists. You could take the leader out of the way and the culture still exists because it was there and prevalent for so long. But you know what I learned? Alvin Bragg, the new DA in Manhattan, he won his seat with just 10,000 votes. You see, prosecutors get to ride under the chariot because everybody's paying attention to senators, assembly people, and the president. Prosecutors are making it into the office and staying into the office because nobody cares, nobody knows. But if we make it matter, we could get 10,000 votes. We could put you out of office if you're going to continue this nonsense, right? That's what we got to do, and that's what we can do.
You know, I want to say also the remarkable thing about Sing Sing is JJ is our central character, but there are, 5 other men who, through Dan's reporting, were released because they were wrongfully convicted. So the other unbelievable thing, and actually it is believable, I shouldn't say that, but that Dan captured it, is there's one person who happens to be JJ's next door neighbor in prison. Dan starts working on his case first. He gets out. He says, you have to meet this guy. He's innocent too. Dan thinks that's not possible, he thinks it's a unicorn being wrongfully convicted. First person gets out, says, you got to meet JJ. Dan meets JJ. He starts doing JJ. JJ starts doing the pre-review of other people's cases and feeds them to Dan, and he gets them one by one out. JJ's the last one to get out. So Dan's work got 6 people out
Yes.
at least through those 20 years, and JJ's the last. So this is not, this is not a once in a lifetime kind of thing that is happening. I also want to say, JJ's innocent. Those people were innocent. We shouldn't just care about innocent people. We should care about people. We should not warehouse people. Because you committed a crime, you are paying your penance. It doesn't mean you should be in a cage. It doesn't mean you should be in fear for your life. It doesn't mean you should be served subhuman food. It doesn't mean all of the things that we subject our incarcerated people to. And Dan getting into prisons and allowing us to show just a little bit of what that life is, we cannot forget people. We have to stop warehousing people, because some of them are coming back. And if you warehouse people and make them crazy, well, then they are a danger to society.
Yes. We only have 2 minutes left, so I just want to get this the question. I want to double back to the question about how do you feel like all these narratives that have been created from this wrongful conviction, how they have an impact on criminal justice reform?
They're definitely having an impact. I mean, I meet with the governor's office in New York regularly right now, and I advise them on the clemency process and who should be looked at and how they should create a process that makes sense instead of just picking cherries out of a basket, right? Beyond that, I sat in the White House my first year out, sat with President Biden and told him, how do you expect change when the people that come out after years of incarceration can get their hands on guns and drugs before they can secure adequate housing and employment? And we live in a country that takes care of other countries, so don't tell me we can't take care of our own.
Yeah, I just want to wrap this up. Don, do you got any last words before I wrap it up?
My very first film, Gideon's Army, after it premiered, Eric Holder was the Attorney General at the time, and he gave the first influx of federal money to indigent defense after seeing that movie. And so think about that. We spend all of our money supporting prosecution. What do we spend on supporting making sure people have fair representation? And so Eric Holder giving a few $1 million, it had never been done before, to make sure that lawyers are trained, that they have time to review these cases. So it does really matter. And there are people like John Adrian who are doing such incredible work. So I just really thank you all for your attention here, because there's a lot of glamorous stuff happening. But this is really what matters, and this is what I love about this festival. It really does bring us together.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah. I just want to close by saying, as you hear from their stories, you see the power that narrative has. It is one of the most powerful things that we do have. The ironic thing about JJ, he didn't get out on actual innocence. He got out through clemency. The pressure from all the media attention, from Dan's relentlessness, got him out through clemency. When he got out, he got his name cleared through actual innocence, right? And so even then, what I learned from interviewing the Innocence Project, they got 27 people out. The DA apologized once. They still holding on in cases where no way this guy could have did it. They still holding on, well, we just can't prove it, right? We have a system that holds the people with the least power the most accountable. So there are a lot of people in prison that are guilty, but we never ask, why would somebody do that? Why would somebody gangbang? Why would somebody rob? Why would somebody steal? Right? Because somebody stole the resources from that neighborhood and then imploded on itself. Because somebody made a certain part of our society feel like they're not part of our society. They called us refugees, inmates, all kinds of stuff. And we'd rather go get that love that we're not getting from society from a gang and get a tattoo on our face. You know, you have to treat people like they're part of society and they won't commit crimes in the first place. So I want to thank you all for coming. You know your action items. Support these films. Get the word out about these films. Me and Dilo, I'm going to plug me and Dilo right now. We're making Frames of Freedom. We're in post. So if you want to talk about how to help that film come to life, it's about how 3 system-impacted filmmakers make it into the film industry with the San Quentin Film Festival being the backdrop. Thank you all for coming. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody be quiet, please. All right, I know it's really exciting. There's lots of people to talk to, lots of things to say, but we got to keep our day moving. So let's welcome up the next panelists. Nothing for us without us, centering the voices of directly impacted people. And we've got Jay Jordan from Reform Alliance, who's our moderator. Where's Jay? All right, yeah. We've got Sheba Williams, Jesse Crossan, Allison Rapping, Destiny Garcia, and Mary's flight got canceled. So we don't have Mary today. Unfortunately, the weather prevented her from being here, but I'm going to turn it over to Jay, and thank you.
Do I need a mic, really?
Oh, yeah, you need a mic.
Two mics.
People want to hear you.
Can y'all hear me? Yeah. I got a loud-ass voice, man. It's like a speakeasy. I feel like we need cigars and scotch, right? Jesus. Okay, my name is Jay Jordan. I am not doing talk. I'm not talking a lot. I'm asking questions. So if you came to see me talk, sorry, it's not happening. But we have some great panelists. So we'll start out with this. So listen, this panel is called For Us, Nothing For Us Without Us. And it's appropriate, right? It's appropriate because we all here doing justice work. Who does justice work in the room? Raise your hand. Right? And I think doing justice work now more than ever is important. Living in the world that we live in. And so I'm really happy to be here. Thank you to everyone who is here. Thank you to all the folks on the panels and folks speaking and the audience members. This is a very important space. So we're going to start a few ground rules here. I'm going to ask that you actually clap, okay, when somebody says something really dope. Don't snap, clap, okay? We're not snapping here, we're clapping, all right? The second thing is if I say lemons, and y'all know this is a running joke, is that means land the plane, right? So I'm not going to cue the music. I'm going to say lemons, lemons. I'm going to look at you say lemons. That means land the plane here. We got about 40 minutes to cover a lot of ground. So we're going to cover a lot of ground. We're going to talk about language, ecosystems. We're going to talk about the work policy, organizing. We got the one and only Jesse, who's like a TikTok star, right? And so we talk about the digital space. Give it up for Jesse, right? We'll cover a lot of ground, so please be engaged. And we'll try to leave like 5 minutes for questions, right? I didn't see questions in the last panel. We're going to try to incorporate that in our panel. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Come on, man. Y'all ready? There we go. All right, so buckle up. So we're going to start. Just go down the line. Introduce yourself. You got 2 minutes. You know the rule. Lemons means land the plane, all right?
Hey, thank you all for being here. This is one of the best collections of people that I've seen, and I've been to all these conferences. The FAM conference comes the closest, or is the closest, and I gotta say to FAM out there, thank you all for what you do. My name is Jesse Crossan. Committed crimes just after my 18th birthday. I was actually guilty. I committed the crimes. I was sentenced to twice the high point of the sentencing guidelines, and that was after they'd been modified. So they went from 8 to 13 that morning to 10 to 16, and the judge sentenced me to 32 years in prison. So at 18 years old, I was told that my life was over, that was it, and I gave up. But I had people who believed in me, and because they believed in me, I started to believe in myself. And so I took that and I tried to share that on the inside. So not only did I get a bachelor's degree, not only did I become a journeyman electrician, help start a peer support mental health program, I tutored and mentored, and my goal was to try to help other people. So much so that I earned a conditional pardon. When I got out, I wanted to continue that work. I wanted to find a way to provide those resources and that support for other people because not everybody had it. So that's what I continue to do today on TikTok, through Second Chancer Foundation, through the book, through all the things that I'm working on. And I'm just grateful to be here today because stories change lives.
Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be here today. My name is Destiny Garcia. I'm the executive director of Clean Slate Utah. Welcome to Utah in the no snow this year. I'm somebody who's been formerly incarcerated. I grew up in a family full of violence. I'm also a domestic violence survivor. And so my story has reached the halls of Congress, national and international media. I have used this loud voice that I have to raise light on the formerly incarcerated, especially the expungement pipeline of that. I'm really happy to be here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Allison Rapping, and I'm going to start this by saying my brother is Jonathan Rapping, the founder of Gideon's Promise, which is, so I am sitting over there sobbing because I know what it takes to make that film. And one thing Dawn did not tell any of you was in order for that film to be made, 40 public defenders had to commit to a film crew following them around for 3 years. 40 public defenders who were sharing the most vulnerable parts of their lives. Dawn and her crew came, and those young public defenders opened their hearts to this film, which transformed public defense. But that is not what I do now. But that is why I got passionate about this. I am not somebody who is formally incarcerated, so I think I'm the only one on this panel that has not been formally incarcerated. But I worked with these young public defenders, and they changed my life. So now I run an amazing organization called Arrowette, which I co-lead with a group of some of the most amazing, remarkable, talented women I have ever met in my life. And we are building a movement to really help change lives for women and families coming out of the justice system and change how the business community sees people who have been incarcerated. These are the most brilliant, most industrious, most loyal people, and you need them on your teams.
I'll be brief. My name is Sheba Williams. I am from Richmond, Virginia. I founded and started an organization in 2016 called No Left Turns. No Left is spelling backwards. We work with individuals who leave long-term incarceration. We provide direct service for reentry, but we also do some policy and advocacy work. We got the first ever expungement bill passed in Virginia that takes effect July 1, 2026. Shout out Noella and Destiny, who I've been working with for years. We are working on removing felony disenfranchisement from our Constitution this year. We got it passed day one of session. I worked on that for 20 years, and we're going to get into it.
Look at these panelists being brief. I love it. I love it. Brief but impactful. So I have to say, the dress code, it was business casual, mountain cozy. I love it. I came with my fluffy, so thank you, Noelle, for sending those that dress code. I know what to wear. So hopefully, business casual, mountain cozy. I have to say that. All right. So the first question I have, and we'll start from Sheba, you go first, is about language. I think we always have to frame what we do in language, because a lot of times we get into this work and we say, you know, people trip up. I was in a room the other day and with some very well-minded individual, and they're like, well, the convicts, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, right? So let's start there, right? I'm gonna read the question so I can get it right. Over time, many terms have been used to describe people with criminal records. From your perspective, what language do you prefer for yourself and your community, and are there terms that should be avoided entirely, and why? Sheba.
Call me Sheba. Call me by my name. Call me by the way you want to be addressed. Address others like that. But if you're talking about a community of people, we use people first language. We do not describe people by the worst moments in their lives. We do not describe people by their crimes. We do not use inmates, convicts, ex-offenders, felons, etc. We hear that dog whistle all the time, but people do not say, you are a graduate, you are a mother, you are a sister, you are my friend, you are my neighbor. Describe me as the person I am and address people the way you want to be addressed. That is people first language. Those are the rules, and I will check you every time you say it incorrectly.
So I'm going to go in a little bit of a different direction with this. First, every time I hear the word inmate, I cringe. Every time I hear the word felon, I cringe. These are not felons. These are amazing people who maybe did something they shouldn't have done and they committed a felony. But I do all kinds of things. That does not define me. I'm defined by a lot of other things. But the area where I want to talk about language is a little bit different. We, for 4 years, have done an event called the Fair Chance Hiring Symposium. And we do this, and we bring in all these businesses. It's a really big deal. This year, we're renaming it because I think the name Fair Chance is misleading. I'm not giving you a fair chance. You're amazing. You're talented. You are there. So we are renaming our symposium this year, which will be on October 29th, Unlocked, an action plan for Arizona's future workforce. This is the workforce. This is the talent. We have 25% of our state who have been incarcerated. We need them. They are talent. I've got 6 women who have served over 250 years in the prison. They run my organization. I couldn't do anything without them. They're the talent. We got to get them in. We need these people. If you can hire them, hire them. You will not be sorry.
I think this is a really good question, and I think in order to talk about language, you need to talk about how you speak about yourself. And so early on in my storytelling and being on the media and telling my own story, I would oftentimes use stigmatized language towards myself. And it took some time to learn how to speak about myself, how to correct people on how to address me. And I think it all starts with how you speak about yourself. So it's really important that you are using the language that you want people to address you as. You're using your name, as Sheba said. You're using the things that you've done and not leading with your story. I used to oftentimes lead with my story as a homeless heroin addict. I learned quickly that those are not the first words that should be coming out of my mouth after reading the comments in the newspaper and on the media stories that I was doing, and I shifted that language. I think the allies also in my corner that helped me shift that language was really important, and now I speak in a different way that allows other people to speak about me in the same way that I speak about myself.
While we're on this topic, Alyssa's in the audience somewhere from Forward.us, and they have an amazing campaign on this where they are taking that and they're saying this is not a felon, this is a father, this is a mother, all the things that Sheba said, and I love that campaign. I actually should have brought that shirt. I think I have the sweatshirt at the house. But they're really focusing on the fact that language controls the way we see the world. Like, we see someone and we see in them what we call them, or we see in them what someone else calls them. So this is not a passing thing. I was talking to somebody else about a similar topic, that this is not like a thing that would be nice. This is a thing that shapes our culture. This is a thing that shapes the people we interact with and shapes the way we see them and shapes the potential we see in them. So this is one of the most important things we can do, and I think that all the person-centered language, person-first language is the most important thing we can do on a daily basis. And we talk about an action plan, we can start with that. That is something that everyone can do at every area of their life and make an impact.
Thank you, Jesse. My next question is for you. While you have the mic, you ready? All right, cool. So you are heavy on the digital space. I see you on TikTok all the time. They always say you're somebody I should friend. I gotta friend you when I get right. But what is the impact of telling your story broadly on TikTok? Like, what is it like? You know, a lot of times we platform people, and you know, we do a lot of storytelling where I'm at now. And some folks are like, I don't want my story out there, right? I don't want to be, you know, I moved past my criminal record. I moved past what I did when I was 19 years old. Now I'm 40 years old. And you're trying to drudge it all back up because you want to pass a policy, right? Like, what is the impact of platforming people on TikTok, and what have you seen can mitigate some of those things?
So culture is made up of stories. The stories that we tell each other and the stories that we tell ourselves. And many people, probably even people in this room, tell themselves a story about what somebody who's been in prison looks like, or acts like, or is. And one of the reasons that I got out there to tell my story is the most common thing is you don't look like somebody who's in prison for 19 years. You don't talk like someone who's in prison for 19 years. And I'm here to say, because that's not a thing. Like, I talk like someone who was in prison for 19 years because I was. And nobody fits into these basic stereotypes or these basic ideas. So by changing the stories that people tell each other, it allows me to enter into a space that other people can't necessarily. It allows me to walk into a space where somebody's like, wait, that could be my son, or that could be my nephew, or like, well, maybe this does affect me. Maybe this does affect my community. It gives me the opportunity to humanize people who've been incarcerated. And that doesn't mean that we blanket sweep, oh, you've committed a crime, that's fine. No, we need to treat people as people and judge them for who they are today. And that's why the language of looking at someone for who they are today versus what they were or who they were 20 years ago or 30 years ago is so important. Because we don't want people who are actively a danger in our communities. We don't want them as neighbors. We don't want them in our homes. But we want to look at people for who they are today. And that's why I'm out here and I tell my story, because a lot of social media, especially when you look at the prison space, it's trauma porn. It's trauma porn, or it is glorifying and glamorizing all the worst parts of prison. And I wanted to change that narrative. I wanted to say, no, let's talk about what the reality. Let's talk about what works. Let's talk about what doesn't work. Let's talk about how it makes people worse. And let's talk about the exceptional people who, despite all the odds, somehow become better in spite of prison. And that's what I wanted to highlight, and it really has given me the opportunity to have these conversations, to go into spaces where these discussions are not had. Because let me tell you, they're not usually talking about this at country club, but every time I go to a country club, I make them talk about this. And as I make it relevant, all of a sudden they're like, well, damn, maybe this is important. Maybe this is something we should care about. And if we can make people care about people and issues, that's how we change policy. It has to start with culture, and it has to start with stories.
So Sheba, my next question for you, Sheba. and really, all the women on the panel, because I think it's important. And we talked about this in our prep session, so I'm gonna dive right into it. Just get the heavy stuff out the way. Yeah, you good with that? All right. How can systems, policies, and organizations be intentionally designed to place women, particularly justice-impacted women, at the forefront? Where have you seen this approach succeed, and where have you seen it fall?
So the incarceration rate amongst women in the past 2 decades has increased by 800%. In Virginia, we only have 2 women's prisons. We have the least amount of programs. We have the least amount of visitation. We do not have a pathway to keep family reunification together. But when women return home from prison, and I do reentry work, direct service, I pick up the phone, I answer, I take the runs, I make the calls, I pass out the Narcan. Women say, I have done X, Y, and Z. I only need this. My men say, and I'm not throwing shade at my guys, I need help with everything, and I don't know where to start. But they have the most access to programs inside. Prison reform, we go in and speak to the guys all the time. You all have to start uplifting women. You all have to start not just putting them in position for volunteer, but pay them a living wage salary to use their experiences for the better. What happens in this space a lot of times in this world, we saw it with the last election, people overlook education, class, and confidence for an asshole because we look at our systems and say, y'all know the word, patriarchy is the most important thing. And now we're in this mess that we're in. And I'm sorry if you are a other side supporter, but we are in a crisis right now because people refuse to look at the skill of women. Women are being impacted by systems. They're being arrested for domestic violence offense, for being survivors. And when they come out, they want to fix the system and uplift the world and nurture the kids and go to the schools and be on PTAs and be the Uber driver, the cook, the chef, the wife, and get the least amount of support. If we do not change, we will see a crisis in the world that is far worse than where we are today. I run an organization, and I started with the experience of not my wrongful conviction in 2004, but both of my parents were arrested when I was 10 years old. Because of substance use disorder, they got handcuffs, not help. And we heard the word super predator. We heard the word the worst of the worst. But to me, they were the best people that I have experienced in my life. My mom passed on Election Day in 2021, and the moment she and I in 2013 got our civil rights restored, because yes, Virginia is one of the only states that takes away your rights permanently unless you get them back from the governor, until we change that November 3rd, 2026. My mother and I both were election poll workers in every election. It is my duty to make sure that not just my family is successful and thrives from this system, but everybody around me. I do not get reciprocity from the guys who have been impacted by the system the same way. So we have to place women in positions of authority, decision making. We do not get to codify and say, tell me your story and let me reflect that back. Let them tell their own stories. Let them take their own positions and make their own decisions about what works for them. When you create programs, do not create a thing and say, hey, I did this for you. Go to people and ask them what they need and what benefits them the most. Women will absolutely tell you.
Can I answer her question?
Keep going on the line.
I love this question. It's not even my question. I want to take this a little bit of a different direction. I grew up with a mother who was truly a feminist pioneer. Like, she was the first professor, the first dean, the first of these things. And I thought I could be whatever I wanted. But I really got, in some ways, almost relegated into nonprofit. Because our patriarchal society, when they built nonprofits, it was for things for the wives to do. So I really had to dance backwards in high heels as a woman trying to be taken seriously in Arizona when I was meeting with companies. I was 28 years old when I became a CEO. I bought all these Ann Taylor suits because I thought I had to look this way. So I want to talk about this because it ties to what she was saying. We built these organizations so women could run them. But really, we have under-resourced them, we have cut them off at the knees, and then we blame them for the problem. It's not the nonprofit's fault. It's the fact that we don't respect that capitalism in America, as we designed it, doesn't work without nonprofits. But I want to talk about a second reconstruction that we have to do. When I came into Arrowette, I was not incarcerated. When I would go into the prison and I dressed the way I dress, nobody thought, they all were putting bets on whether or not I'd last 6 months because nobody understood what my background was. They just thought I was this white lady. But what I started to realize was I was able to get things to happen, but my lived experience team members weren't. And it pissed me off. So what I realized was we need to reconstruct the system. We need to reconstruct it so that people with lived experience don't come in as your token lived experience person. But you also, if you're serious about working with lived experience people, everyone on my team has taken accountability. I have a woman on my team who every time she meets somebody says, 30 years ago, 24 seconds changed the course of my life. And then she moves on. She said, I have atoned. I have trained 1,800 women in the prison. Actually, at the program that Brendan was talking about, we are running a program in that same yard because of her. So if we are serious about this, it's not just about women. I see organizations that have a C-suite who serve us, serve all of us, and they don't have anyone on the C-suite. My C-suite has 2 formerly incarcerated women and 2 non-formerly incarcerated women. But I am telling you, I am not staying at Arrowette forever. I am a Sherpa. I am a sage to support women and support them. But the next CEO of Arrowette is already being trained, supported, coached, mentored, fundraising skills, everything. Because when I leave, and I have a timeline for that, the next leader of Arrowette is going to be a woman with lived experience.
I'm going to answer this a little more on a personal level. I grew up in a family that was very violent, and as a young child, women never had a voice. My dad was a big abuser, so his wives and my mom never had a voice. And so as I was going into bad relationships, I never had a voice. It was very much gender roles. It's what I was comfortable with. It's what I knew. It's what I grew up with. But I'll tell you today, sitting here proudly, that I am the most successful woman in my family. That overrides all the men in my family. I'm a first-generation homeowner in my family over all the men in my family. And I make damn sure when I speak today as a woman that people listen to me. They listen to the words that come out of my mouth. I think it's important to center women around the work, especially women with passion and grit behind them, because we will move mountains and make waves.
That's probably the best question out of all of them. And my wife will be proud. She'll be like, oh, finally. So Jesse, and I threw my notes away. So they got like 13 minutes, okay? Not for you, not for this question, but 13 minutes left on the panel. Your book, you got a book, you got a whole, he has things, people, okay? Jesse brought gift for all of us. Talk about your book, the passion of the book, what the book is about, and what do you want folks to get out of it?
Thank you.
Buy the book, by the way. That was the plug for the book. Buy the book.
Thank you. Best hype man ever. And looking like Aspen. I like it. Just where I saw the impact I could have on social media, what I recognized is there's a different generation, there's a different audience that reads books, it's read long form. It also gave me an opportunity, people, I actually talk about this in there. People say, oh, are you writing this book because you want to tell your story? And the reality is I wrote that book because I wanted to know what my story was in the first place. And when we talk about, some of the former panelists have talked about the childhood that led to prison, and I don't remember most of my childhood. I don't know about y'all, but I didn't realize that wasn't normal until I was in prison and I was talking to people, and I was like, wait, when people are in prison with me remember more of their childhood, that's not a good sign. What the fuck? So as I explored that, and this was this cathartic opportunity to really deep dive into the past, into what I struggled with, into where I was, into what I needed, what I didn't get, into the mistakes I made. This was a chance for me to live it all, to feel it all. Let me tell you, when I read the audiobook for this, I was like, oh, I'm not really sure how it's going to be, in tears, streaming tears, needing to take breaks. I was like, oh, okay, I think I did get it all out there. I did share it. And again, I saw the impact that sharing stories on TikTok could have. I'm trying to share that. I'm trying to spread that. I'm trying to find a different audience. I'm trying to reach more people. And it is about me and my story, but it's really about everyone else. Because I want other people to know that there is a path to freedom, that accountability really is the path to freedom. And it doesn't matter if you're in prison or if you're out in the world. I want people to know that you have a way forward, and that way forward starts right now. And if I can share a story that empowers somebody regardless of their circumstance, I don't care if the outside of their life looks like the outside of my life, we're all dealing with the same things on the inside. And if I can give somebody hope, if I can give somebody inspiration, if I can give somebody comfort, if I can share anything that helps somebody find freedom in their life, that is the most valuable thing I could do with my time, I could do with my energy. And that's why I was grateful to be platformed and have the opportunity to write this book. And if you're interested, you can available for pre-order now. It comes out March 10th, and I would love to share the story.
Jesse, everybody, he hears all week. All right, so rapid fire questions. We're doing this. We got 10 minutes left. We're gonna do rapid fire. I'm gonna say a word, and you say what that word means to you in less than 60 seconds. Y'all ready? You ready for this game? Sheba, we're starting with you, VA. All right, VA. You got. All right. Allyship.
Allyship means showing up and using your privilege no matter what your privilege is. You always have power. A lot of people undermine just what they can do, but if you are a true ally, you check in, you listen before you speak, and you take your privilege and make sure that it's bigger than just you. We get a lot of people that say, I, me. I want to hear that shit. What are you going to do to support the person who has less than you?
I've got the perfect story for this question. So in Arizona, we have been very, very fortunate to be funded very much by the banks. And JP Morgan Chase is a huge sponsor of ours, and so is Bank of America. 3 years ago, we became a Bank of America neighborhood builder on our very first try, which really, it was a very big deal. And we were all picking an emerging leader. My emerging leader was Brandy Smith, who was the first person I had ever hired. She spent 17 years inside 3 different stints. She knew that, she's like, look, I screwed up, but I am going to, I want to be there for my kids. She got back together with the man she was with. She married him. They bought a house. Then they bought another house. So we, as neighborhood builders, we were able to go and be a part of this 2-year journey. Who was your emerging leader? It was Brandy Smith. The day we won, Brandy came to the banquet. It was at the Heard Museum. And she looked kind of, I didn't know what was going on. And she was there because we were getting the award. And she goes, I have to leave. And I said, what's going on? She goes, my mother just died. And she said, but it would have meant so much to her to watch me here. And then a year later, Bank of America did a television show. And all of us CEOs were invited to speak on this television show. And I said, no, it is not mine to speak. It is yours. And she goes, no. I said, Brandy, this is yours. This is for you. It is. So she was our representative on the television show. And because she's the one that makes this happen, not me, her. That's what allyship is.
Allyship to me has meant that people have seen me for the person that I am and not my criminal record. I'm a very successful woman, as I just mentioned, and that is because of all the allies that have sat beside me and opened up opportunities each and every level of my success. And so for me, it's important to also be an ally to the people in our community, the women in our community that are also coming out of domestic violence situations, people who need expungement. And it's important for me to be that same ally that I'd received from my community. Under 60 seconds.
I think Sheba said it really well, is how are you going to help the next person? Because, even as someone who's formerly incarcerated, I have a tremendous amount of privilege over a lot of other people who are formerly incarcerated. And most of the people who are formerly incarcerated in this work, we didn't start because we wanted to. We started because we had survivor's guilt. Because we made it out, and people who were just as deserving didn't. And I know those people, and I remember those people, and I will always remember those people. So that's my version, but everybody has that version in their life. They have a privilege they can use to benefit those who don't have that privilege. They have a platform and they have an opportunity, and all we have to do is not forget. Just remember the people who don't have that opportunity, and as long as we continue to remember them, we are allies. We are showing up for the people who need what we have to offer.
2 more questions. We got 5 minutes, 2 questions, 5 minutes, okay? Second to last question. Let folks know what you're working on, and then the last question will be the moonshot. So, Jesse, we'll start with you, then go down the list. What are you working on now?
I run a restorative justice program in Central Virginia, program director of Central Virginia Community Justice. Also through Second Chancer Foundation, we do a lot of work, especially in the juvenile center, trying to change the narrative for the kids so they can see themselves in different lights, because so often it's not just the barriers on the outside, it's the interior barriers. These kids will say, yeah, there's college, but not for people like me. There's a job, but not for people like me. But when I'm able to bring in speakers or bring in people to say, I have sat in that chair and now I am the CEO of this company, or I've sat in that chair and now I'm an elected official, you see the light come on these kids' eyes and they're like, oh, shit, like maybe there is a place for me. And that's a big part of the work for me. I'm also obviously trying to promote the book and trying to go forward and have a million things going on, so I don't get a lot of sleep, but I live a good life and I'm grateful that I'm not sleeping for good reasons rather than the reasons I used to not sleep.
Tell people the name of the book, Jesse. Tell them the name of the book.
The best part of prison.
The best part of prison. Buy the book.
I run Clean Slate Utah. We're a nonprofit
Woo!
organization. We help people self-navigate the expungement process. So I'm sitting with people just like myself each and every day, showing them how to do the court paperwork on their own so that they can get an expungement. Most of the people we serve are very low-income individuals and can't afford an attorney or don't have access to the opportunities that we have access to. So that's what I'm doing and working on, and always using my voice to advocate for people just like me.
So Arrowet is a nonprofit organization that is a statewide Arizona organization that runs programs in the prison. We run a comprehensive reentry program outside of the prison. We have just launched 3 years ago, and it's taking off, a training program where we're getting women skills for IT, AI, construction, manufacturing, and we have a full-time team member now whose only job is to be out in the community, working with the business community to prepare for fair chance. JP Morgan Chase, WM, SRP, like we have real partners in this work with us. I also personally spend a lot of time in our legislature. I am down there all the time because they will listen to me. But the other thing that I'm really working on is how do we build Arrowet, and all of us. This is not about me. This is about all of us, and this is also probably part of my moonshot. This is a movement. We have got to stop looking at this as a transactional relationship. You come to my program, and I give you some services, and you leave. When you come to Arrowet, my moonshot is you're going to stay. You're going to be a mentor. You're going to be a faculty member. You're going to be part of the movement. This is a movement we are building.
Got it. Sheba.
What am I working on? So vulnerable moment. We're working on this constitutional amendment. After 124 years, we have the opportunity to remove felony disenfranchisement from our state constitution. We got expungement passed in 2021. Destiny and I meet all across the country and talk about this. But quality of life for people who are impacted by incarceration. There are 1 in 3 adults who are impacted by some sort of sentence, 1 in 7 who have a felony conviction. My parents, my sister, my ex-husband was 15 when he went into the system, and he was tried as an adult, sentenced to 74 years. He is my ex for a reason, so clap for that. All of my friends. But I came here last night. I got in at 11 p.m. because we're in the middle of our state legislature. I am a co-author of the Second Look bill, which addresses extreme sentencing in the state, and we are up against a fight because as a dual survivor, someone who has lost more than 20 relatives and loved ones to gun violence since 2017, and we abolished the death penalty in 2021 when I was in the middle of a death penalty eligible case. My mother's birthday was yesterday, and I did not know if I could travel or be here because I usually lock myself in my room. I am working on not showing up strong all the time because I am tired. I am tired, and it is hard, but my mom would kick my ass if I didn't get out here and do this for her. We are working on criminal record screening for people who are formerly incarcerated to have housing that is theirs. Because the only means of discrimination in housing policy is if you have a record. You can get housing if you have source of income, if you have a pet, if you have children, familial status, all of the things. But you can be legally discriminated against if you have a record. There's a 20-year look back in professional licensing. Department of Professional and Occupational Regulation asked the question about a criminal record for 20 years. I am a licensed barber by trade. I got a bunch of jobs, y'all. I lost my license for 16 months because they asked the question, and I answered it. I was wrongfully convicted. I was lied on by my co-defendant, but I've lived with this wrongful conviction for 21 years, and as a result of that, I wake up every day like Pinky in the Brain. What can I do to break down the system today? Join me in breaking down those systems. Hire, house, mentor, help people who may not be in your position I might have answered my moonshot, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
all right. All right, 30 seconds or less. Thank you, Sheba. You're so poetry in motion, sister. Poetry in motion. All right, 30 seconds or less. We're in this panel. No questions. Sorry. In this panel, 30 seconds or less. What is your moonshot? If you had, if it's, I'm an organizer, right? So if you had a magic wand, what would you be doing? What would you see the society do, the world do? Moonshot. What is your moonshot? 30 seconds.
With Second Chancer Foundation, we do the work in the juvenile center and the narrative work, but that's all reactive. That's already after the damage has been done. I would like to see, there was a literacy conference yesterday. I would like to see kids getting the treatment and the education and the support they need so they don't end up where they end up. I would like to see things that are proactive instead of reactive. I would like to support kids, support communities, and support families so we don't end up in this mess that we're in.
Moonshot, D, moonshot.
Mine would be to have access to expungement for everybody as long as they do what they're supposed to be doing. But in order to do that, you have to talk about how people are being charged to begin with. And I think that's a bigger conversation that nobody's really ready for.
Moonshot, Allison.
I would like to break down the barriers to economic opportunity. I would like to break the cycles of intergenerational forever poverty. And I would like to see every person who's ever been incarcerated be able to get a livable wage job, build a career, raise their family, and transform the world.
Awesome. Sheba, close us out, Sheba.
Get rid of the question altogether. You don't need to know what my past is. If we're moving forward, get rid of the question. Invest in the people who are fighting this fight. If you're not going to fight the fight, if you don't know how it impacts you, if you have not lost a person to this incarceration system by blood, sweat, and tears, your tax dollars have absolutely paid into it. Look at your state's budget and challenge that. We need to invest in moving forward, providing resources. Get rid of the damn question. You don't need to know what my past is if you don't care about it. If I'm skilled and I'm capable and I can afford it, let me move forward without that question.
Awesome. Thank you all. This was our panel. Two quick things. Thank you, Noella. She's amazing. She's a gem. Rasa, give it up. Rasa, Heritage Films, RBIJ, Maha's in the building. Just Trust. I see Jolene in the building. Forward.us, and my good friend Maya, who came all the way from California just to be here with me. Thank you, Maya. I love you to death. This is great. Thank you so much. And talk to these people after the panel. They're amazing. Thank you.
Because a lot of y'all got here through a lot of different ways, so I don't want you to be shy. There are sandwiches over there. Go eat. This is going to be working lunch. We're not.
And as you're having conversations, please take them in the hallway so we can respect the time and the voices. I want to make a quick announcement. I hijacked the microphone. My name is Jarrett Ransom. I'm currently interim CEO at Gideon's Promise. So you heard Don Porter share, you heard Allison Rapping share. So super grateful. We are actively recruiting for a CEO at Gideon's Promise. So if you're interested, you know someone who's interested, find me, find Allison. I will make sure to share that candidate briefing. We need a kick-ass CEO to take on this role. So reach out to us if you know anyone. CEO, Gideon's Army. Promise. Documentary is Army. Thank you.
All right, put the big guy in the high chair. Let's see how it goes. My name's Joshua Ho. I'm the senior policy manager at an organization called Dream.org. I'm also formerly incarcerated. I just did short bit, 3 years, but any day in prison is a bad day in prison, in my opinion. And this particular panel means a lot to me because so many of my friends did long-term sentences. And I want to start by grounding this in 2 ways before we talk to this incredible panel. The first one, I want to talk real briefly about my friend Val. My friend Val went to Vietnam, and he came back from Vietnam and was pretty traumatized and committed a pretty terrible crime and almost immediately went to prison. So he did his time in Vietnam, and then he did his time in prison. And he was in prison for over 40 years. He was supposed to do 60 years. And in Michigan, you have a minimum and a maximum sentence, and you have to serve 100% of your minimum sentence. So when you serve the front part of your sentence, you then are up for parole, and you can have parole every couple of years, depending on the type of crime you have. You can go back up to the parole board. Now, at the time when Val reached parole, and he knows I tell his story, I would never tell anyone's story without their permission. When he went up for parole, he was utterly abled. He couldn't walk very well, and he'd lost almost all of his vision. And they still flopped him, which means denied his parole, multiple times because of his dangerousness. Luckily, Val has been out in the community for about 10 years now, has a place, has a guide dogs, doing great. And I just want people to understand that there are people who have exceeded the time they need to spend in prison to get what they need. I think even if you ask correctional officers, they would tell you that there are people who don't need to be in prison anymore. And we need to make sure in this time where we have massive staffing crises, almost every prison in the United States is massively understaffed and overcrowded, that we're getting as many people out of prison as we can. And so for me, this means a lot. And this is the second part that I'm foregrounding this with. I'm a data nerd. I'm a lobbyist. I've actually somehow gone from prison to where I lobby both in DC and across the country in different states. And there's some research that was done by J.J. Prescott and Sonia Starr about people who've done long sentences and have come out. And people who are over the age of 50 and have done over 5 years have an active recidivism rate of less than 1%. Okay, so the people who are, we call it aging out of crime, but it's really important that you understand that this isn't about, the way you see it on TV and stuff, releasing a bunch of people who are like rabid dogs who are going to go out and attack your neighborhood. These are people who are coming back, they've learned what they need to learn, and they are no danger to society anymore. And the only way we can get people out like that is with sentencing reform and with clemency. And, and I just want to make sure that I foreground this with my friend Val, because people are why this matters. So I have an incredible panel here today. And what I'd like for you all to do is first introduce yourselves, and just kind of like I did a second ago, it doesn't have to be any particular thing. If you could say why sentencing reform is important, and then we'll kind of move on. I think you all have your own mic.
Hello, can you hear? Okay, great. So it's an incredible honor to be here. My name is Dr. Shaniva McReynolds. I am the president of a national nonpartisan organization called FAM, formerly known as Families Against Mandatory Minimums. And to answer the question, it's been said that each one of us are greater than the worst thing we've ever done. And so I think if we always lead with that, and we keep at the forefront of our minds what this carceral system looks like and how it is designed, sentencing reform is not just necessary, it is the thing that people need to be thinking about. It's not opening up the floodgates and letting people out. There's a much more to this. There's much more, as we've heard on earlier panels, about the transformation that happens inside of these facilities. And I know we're probably going to talk a lot about that. And so that is why sentencing reform is important.
And do feel free to clap, because these are all going to be pretty incredible.
Hi, everybody. My name's Hillary Blout. I'm the founder. I have some friends here. I'm the founder and CEO of an organization called For the People. And to answer the question about why, for me, sentencing reform is important, I think all of us can share that this has really been a calling to do this work. And for me personally, I'm a former prosecutor. And I did the job because I wanted to change the system from the inside, and soon got real caught up and swept up in winning and the culture in that office. And I had this naive sense that people that would get sent to prison would just get out when they were rehabilitated. Because how could we have a system that would keep people incarcerated past the time of being held accountable and past the time of being rehabilitated? And I soon found out that in the United States, rehabilitation and release are not equal in this country. And so when I learned that, I had the great fortune of people that took me in and said, oh, girl, you got to learn some things. I started going into prisons. I started meeting people, seeing people face to face, and saying, this person should not be here. And so that's why I started my organization, to work with prosecutors to change the story about how prosecutors think about safety, that safety is not the permanent removal of somebody from our community that once caused harm, but it can be the bringing home of somebody who has rehabilitated and wants nothing more than to make meaningful contributions in their community. So that's what sentencing reform is to me.
Hello, I'm Melissa Johnson. I'm the Vice President of Criminal Justice Campaigns at Forward.us. We are a national advocacy organization working to end mass incarceration and expand opportunities for people who have been impacted by the criminal justice system. And I think when we think why sentencing reform is important to me, I spent the first decade of my career doing prison litigation in Mississippi and seeing firsthand the horrific conditions and abuses that happen behind bars, coupled with what we know now that long sentences don't make us safer, and the harm of prisons. I think that it's just like, how could we not do sentencing reform? How could we not both change sentencing laws moving forward, but also it is so important that as we are changing these laws, whether it is through legislation, whether it's through clemency or other mechanisms, that we are looking backwards, that we are recognizing the mistakes of the policies that we passed 20, 30 years ago, and making sure that we are expanding release mechanisms, we're bringing people home, because we know that we can do it safely, and we know that they can be leaders. I think of the folks that I know who have come home that are leading violence prevention work, the panel that we just saw, and the work that they are doing to change policy, to tell their stories. And so why sentencing reform is because we need to bring leaders home that can help our communities in a variety of ways. And I think that is all a challenge that we can take on in our own ways and advance that goal.
Thank you. My name is Christina Wildeveld. I'm a private criminal defense attorney in Las Vegas, Nevada. I have been practicing for 30 years. The first 10 years of my career, I did nothing but death penalty defense. I was the youngest death qualified attorney in the state of Nevada, and I jumped in with both feet. I don't have anyone on death row I'm responsible for placing on death row, luckily, after representing a lot of people on death row and facing the death penalty, which I'm very proud of that. And after 10 years of doing death penalty defense, I went into private practice. I have worked with Campaign for Fair Sentencing for Youth, and I'm founding board member of Hope for Prisoners, which is an organization that works with the formerly incarcerated, pairing them with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and having them as mentors, working together to find job placement and reentry, a reentry program. I am a lobbyist who helped eliminate life without the possibility of parole for juveniles in the state of Nevada and eliminate the death penalty for juveniles in the state of Nevada. I have written a lot of laws in Nevada and gotten them passed. And I do pardon work. I do pardon work, and I morphed into that because of my work early on as a special public defender doing death penalty defense and seeing kids facing much more time than they ever needed to, ever. I watched them change. I watched them change, like a morphosis from a caterpillar into a butterfly, into completely different people. And so I brought them before the Pardons Board. I started doing state pardons and bringing them before the Pardons Board and showing them that they were entirely different people after serving 5, 10 years in prison and getting their 40-year sentences reduced to 10, 15, 20 years, something that was definitely much more tolerable for a juvenile. And then worked with adults, and now I also do presidential pardons. I've been very successful in the presidential pardon arena, both in all administrations, and especially in the current administration. And that's it.
I'm Scott Payton. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Prison Fellowship. Thank you, Noella, for inviting me and for putting this on. As you can tell, I was very excited that we were able to dress mountain casual. Took me a week to find out what that was. I'm also honored to be here with the panelists here, distinguished leaders individually and their organizations in the criminal justice space. You look up and any of these organizations will pop up as people that are at the forefront, leading the way to making sentencing make sense. And why Prison Fellowship? Why are we involved in this? Well, Prison Fellowship is the nation's largest Christian nonprofit that serve men and women inside of prison, and we also work with families on the outside. As Director of Government Affairs, I oversee our legislative work. We're trying to bring justice and human dignity to the criminal justice system, so we support policies. We have 3 buckets of policy: proportional punishment, second chances, and, oh, look at that. I have drawn a blank, and constructive prison culture. And Brandon Lee spoke about constructive prison culture in the first panel. But we're here for proportional punishment, and for punishment to make sense, it needs to be individualized, it needs to be fair, and it needs to be proportional. We know that justice holds people accountable, while mercy opens the door for redemption, which in turn provides hope for individuals to succeed.
And I do want to say, when we were being picked up this morning, we were driving to one of the houses, and someone said, "I just saw someone with a bow tie," and I go, "I know who that is."
Mountain casual.
Mountain casual. So one thing that you hear all the time whenever any of us in the criminal justice reform space suggest that there should be sentencing reform, you kind of hear 2 parts of a story. You hear the first part is that a sentence should be final, that once a judge is given a sentence, that's justice, and anything else but that is not justice. And the second thing that you hear is that it might do a disservice to victims. And so I'd like all of the members of the panel to kind of take a swing at that, how they would answer someone was making that kind of an argument. But I specifically want to start with Dr. McReynolds because she has a very unique perspective to bring to this. She's both been a victim of gun violence, I believe, and also has people in her family who have been impacted by the criminal justice system. And so I think it's a perfect place to start with Dr. McReynolds.
Thank you. So here's the context. November 26, 2008, 18 years ago, my husband was murdered. It was 1 year after our first wedding anniversary. Our daughter was 2 months old. She was born on our first wedding anniversary, and I was upset about sharing that with her, I'll be honest. It is 18 years later, and I still do not know who murdered my husband. I do this work here, and 18 years ago, I would have told you I wanted an eye for an eye. That is what most people think survivors or victims feel, but we are not a monolith. And there are survivors that believe in justice reform because justice should heal and not harm. And so when I hear that question, or I hear those statements, then I tell them about my story, because I am the unlikely ally in the room when I tell you that the work that my organization does, the work that all of us do, the people that have been in this room today, will eventually help whomever is responsible for murdering my husband. So then you fast forward, and through the healing, I reconnected with my childhood sweetheart in a federal prison, married him in that federal prison, and we gave back double-digit time and got him home in 2015. And so when you talk about this, or this question, or these topics that come up, what's lost is the humanity here, that everyone changes, people heal, right? You're not stuck in time. And also what is lost on people, as Maya Angelou has said, is we are more alike than we are unalike. And so if people can bridge those gaps and understand that we can help one another, we can heal one another, and people deserve a second chance to come back to their communities, to come back healthy, and that the legislation and the work that we all do can make that happen, then this whole world looks different.
I actually love this question. This is my favorite question. I'm not in the courtroom battling anymore, but don't get it twisted. I love a fight. And so, when we started this work, I knew that we asked ourselves, what role could I play? What could we do to be helping get people out of prison? And who are the people that have access to the key? And by and large, it's prosecutors. And so part of that work was, well, what are the things that prosecutors care about, and what are the things that are going to be persuasive to them? And so, of course, it was going to be safety, finality, and victims. And so it's like, let's bring it on. Let's talk about finality. Finality is about victims having closure. So if in the work that we do, we have to pass laws that allow prosecutors to take these cases back to court, and in that process, they will engage with the victim and find out, how does the victim feel? And it brings me the most joy when they have these conversations and the victims say, that guy's in prison still? You mean Philip is in prison? That was that guy 20 years ago that came in, asked us for change to use a payphone. Now you know how long we're talking about here. And he tried to steal the cash register, drop it on his way out, and got a life sentence. I cannot believe that that man is still in prison. So these are the conversations that victims are having. Oh, and by the way, you all never called me about my victim compensation. You all never even told me how the case ended. So these are the kinds of conversations that we get to hear and we get to be a part of. So when we go from state to state trying to pass these laws and we hear this thing about finality, we get to share the same stories, that victims are not all saying lock them up and throw away the key. They're actually saying they want resources and they want closure, and there's other ways to get that by just putting people away forever. So this is probably my favorite question that I get of all the questions.
I think at this point, Ford did research about 7 or 8 years ago where we found that nearly 1 in 2 adults has had an immediate family member who's been incarcerated. And so when we talk about the reach and the harm of this system, although there is still incredible stigma attached to it, we are talking about something that impacts our neighbors, our family, the parents at your kid's school. And so I also, if incarceration was going to work, it would have by now. And now what we have is we know, meta-analysis after meta-analysis and data to say that actually incarceration is one of the most expensive and least effective public safety strategies. So part of my response to to push back against this idea of finality is finality more important than effectiveness? Right. Is finality more important than offering people second chances, than understanding that who people were 15 or 20 years ago is not who they are today? Of disregarding the impact of trauma, the impact oftentimes of people who are trying to survive, and what the decisions that they made, especially when we know that people can come home and thrive. And so I think, what Geneva and what Hillary have said also in terms of victims are not a monolith, survivors are not a monolith. And so as we are thinking about what makes effective policy, this issue continues to be one of the few bipartisan supported issues because of the harm that we've seen in the system. Scott and I had a chance to work together a few years ago to expand parole in Mississippi. And so to include people who have been convicted of serious offenses. And now we know nearly 4 years later, 97% of those people that came home did not go back to prison in the first 3 years. And so I think as we are challenging finality, we have to think about what is the society that we want to imagine, what works, what will mean opportunity for everyone, what will mean justice. And safety and justice aren't in conflict. And so if we are bold enough to imagine and create policies and systems and opportunities for people that mean like, yes, you can come home. Yes, there is a pathway back, then I think we'll all be so much better for it.
Say something to that. I'm sorry to jump ahead in here. The thing about this finality thing is difficult because what does that look like? So if you give someone a de facto life sentence or a life sentence for the murder of my first husband, it doesn't bring him back. And I think that's the thing is they use the survivors or victims. We're used in all avenues of this whole carceral system, justice system. So you want to give victims the finality, but what does that look like? My husband is still dead. My daughter never will know him. And so you give this other individual this lengthy life sentence, and then their family gets traumatized by it, and then their communities are impacted by it. And we know that system that's warehousing is not rehabilitating, and so then it's a perpetuated cycle. And they're doing it on my shoulders and in my name for the justice of this family, which it's not accurate. And so thank you for adding that. And so I think to this point of finality, let's crush that. Let's stop lying on the people who has sustained the offense or whatever happened. Why don't you talk with us? Because whoever murdered my husband, they're going to go to prison eventually, but I don't need 5, 10, 20 years of their life. What if in 1 year they get it? What if in 1 year they understand what their actions did to my family? So these lengthy, unjust sentences are ridiculous. Passing out 120-year sentences plus 150-year sentence plus a life sentence does nothing. And I'm sorry, we can keep going forever, but.
I think what I've been pretty successful in my 30-year career of doing is bringing in the victims early on and meeting with the victims and acknowledging the horrific acts that my clients have done. Because my clients, having started my career with death penalty defense, my clients have done some pretty heinous things. But yet, nevertheless, they aren't as bad as the one bad act that they did. And so acknowledging my victims and acknowledging their loss and bringing them in early on and then bringing some humanity to my clients. And I've been really good at that in my career, really successful in that. And then I've brought that through my career in bringing the victims in early on. This Marcy's Law has killed us, the Marcy's Law that's been implemented and that the victims always have a say. So I try and bring the victims in again with that and tell them and show them how my clients have changed and show them who my clients are now and try and bring humanity and a picture of who my client actually is. And I have formerly incarcerated working in my office. So I often show how different these people are, how different a person is after they have served time, after they have done a crime, a heinous crime, and how different they are. I have a formerly incarcerated who has keys to my office who did 18 years. He's our electrician. He could pick our kids up from school. I mean, our kids are very, very close to a lot of formerly incarcerated individuals. And our other people in our community who know us very well think that is the strangest thing. But now they've come to be very used to this. They're used to this, this reality that there are people out there who have served time and are normal people afterwards. So I try and normalize it as much as possible as well. And then I learn that these people have been victims of crime before, and they're now rubbing elbows with formerly incarcerated. So I try and make it a more normal thing so that there aren't these, everyone doesn't think that there has to be these large sentences. And let me tell you, the prosecutor is the most important person in any courtroom. If you think the judge is the most important person in the courtroom, you're wrong. It is the prosecutor that holds all of the power, all of it. The judge only can make so many decisions that can give your client the benefit. The prosecutor is the person who can change your client's life.
I'm going to take it a little different turn here. When the sentencing being final is what happens at the end of the sentence. When you serve the time that you were given, and then you come back home, over 450,000 people are released every year back into prison. I mean, back from prison into our communities. So just during this panel, nearly 50 people will have been sent back home into their community where they're going to face housing, transportation, and barriers to employment. And back to your point about what good does it do the victim, what better thing can we provide a victim is to ensure that when that person has served their sentence, that they have that opportunity to get an education, to get a job, to move forward, to provide them hope, and never commit another crime again. No more victims, because that person has had the opportunity. We did the work with them while they were inside. At Prison Fellowship, we're in over 1,100 prisons across the U.S. with an academy program, with ministry, with talking to prisoners every single day. And then on the backside, my job is to make sure that when they come out, the opportunity for them to grow, to be good neighbors, to be good citizens, is there for them to thrive. And that's what the criminal justice system misses. We can be tough on crime, but we need to be smart on it. We need to be able to make sure that people can move forward. And second chances is a way of public safety. It provides people that opportunity. And what greater chance, if you have nothing to aim for or to shoot for when you're out, then you go back to what you were comfortable with. So.
One last thing I want to say about that question is, I've worked on legislation in at least 6 states now, and at the federal level, I've looked at sentencing grids, I've read large studies of sentencing grids, and I can tell you one thing that nobody ever tells you, which is largely, well, really 100% of sentencing is made up. Like the idea that somehow a judge figured 25 years and that's justice doesn't make any sense because the whole thing's made up in the first place. If someone's ready to come home, they're ready to come home. So Scott, I'm going to jump right back to you because you were talking about something that means a lot to me. I think in my own journey through incarceration, faith had a lot to do with my progress and doing the work I needed to do to come back and be ready to re-enter. And so I want to talk, even though it's not necessarily about sentencing, I want you to talk a little bit about that stuff you do, because earlier we talked about how prisons are overcrowded and understaffed, which means that there's a lot less programming going on for the people inside. How have you all been able to kind of be a bridge for folks inside? And I know I'm getting a little off topic, but I think it's pretty important.
No, that's a great question. At Prison Fellowship, someone mentioned it in the first panel, I think it was Brandon Lee, about involving the correctional officers in this project to get them on board. I worked for the Department of Corrections in Louisiana for over 10 years. I've seen the frustrations of the other side where there's some, to be quite frank, there's some jealousy. When people are getting programs or services, they don't see the full picture. We have what's called the Prison Fellowship Academy, where we work with the correctional officers, and that's part of our constructive corrections culture, is working with those officers, working with the wardens, because when I worked in corrections, if a correctional officer was having a bad day, then those under their supervision were going to have a bad day, and vice versa. Those inside, when they have a bad day, everyone else has a bad day. And changing the culture is really important, because we can pass laws every day, but it's some 20-year-old that just got out of a corrections academy that person in prison encounters every single day. So we can change both the hearts and minds of those working and for those on the inside, and we can do it with faith, bringing in that opportunity, bringing in the chance for redemption, and stressing that for both those in corrections and those who are under supervision.
I'm coming to you next.
I wanted to add something really quick on what Scott said. I think similar to what we've talked about already, that victims are not a monolith. I think it's important to say that people who are working in prisons are also not a monolith. We have seen, I think sentencing reform is also very much a policy about prisons have to be safer for the people who are incarcerated as well as those who work there. And we see data, right? When we expand earned credits, when we expand opportunities for people to participate in programming and earn their way home, that is also reduces violence in prisons. That is to everyone's benefit. And so I think, again, we have to push back that some of these other stakeholder groups in and around the criminal justice system are not a monolith and are also sometimes partners in advocating for the policies that we're all up here talking about.
And let me, just to give you an idea how much I agree with what Alyssa just said, I personally, for the last 2 years, have gone to a National Correctional Officers Conference. So it's 300 plus correctional officers and a formerly incarcerated person, me. So I totally agree with that.
Right, and there's One Voice United, right? They're the group, One Voice United, and we partner with them, and I'm happy to be able to say a subject matter expert with them on their campaign for safer prisons equal safer communities. Because like you said, if this correctional officer comes to work happy, healthy, they have the same goal. They want to go home happy, healthy, safe. Then my loved one in that facility is treated well. And then they eventually go home happy, healthy, and safe. I remember being in Rochester, Minnesota, visiting my husband on a prison visit, and I got really, really sick. I don't know anyone in Minnesota. And it was a guard in that facility that my husband went and said, man, my wife, and he came to the hospital. And you don't hear those stories. You don't hear that those, relationships exist. Now, I'm not supposed to say that, and okay, maybe I made it up. And so, they want us to be, allegedly that happened, and they want us to be an us versus them, but once again, we are more alike than we are unalike.
I like to hear that those correctional officers exist and they're not all out there playing gladiator games and other things like that, because I think prison reform is an entirely different panel. But I mean, getting rid of the racism in prison and the gang culture in prison and everything else, that's a different panel, but there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen in prison.
So, Hillary, I wanted to jump to you because I think the model that you all have created is so interesting to me as someone who does legislative work around the country. One of the real struggles for us is that in almost every state that you go to, you have to get the Prosecutors Association a neutral or to support whatever you're doing because they have such a strong voice in the legislature. And so what you're doing in the model of what they're doing is working with prosecutors to get people out when they're ready to come home. And so I want you to talk about how in the world you got prosecutors who are literally the people least likely to let people out to be working in that area, because I think we do have to work with what we're all talking about, which is unlikely allies, correctional officers. I've been literally sitting behind my boss talking, testifying in Congress, where we were sitting there with correctional officers in common cause trying to get reform done because of the situation we're in. So if you could talk about that, that would be great.
So, I mean, it's been challenging, and I'm impatient, and I want it to move much more quickly than it is. But it really has been storytelling, just to call it what it is. It has been storytelling. Prosecutors are storytellers. You see them on TV, or you see them in the courtroom. They stand up, they do a big thing. But the part of the story that they weren't paying attention to was what was happening inside prisons after they sent people away, which is what I wasn't paying attention to either. So it really was about, we have taken the approach of a big tent. I am a meet people where they're at. I am a call people in, don't call people out. That's a temperament that I can do. Not all people can do that, right? And I respect that. Not everyone is going to want to sit down and be like, we don't agree on all these things, but let's get to where we can agree. And that's really been my approach. If we can agree on one thing, which is it's unjust for somebody to spend 1 minute longer in prison after they've been rehabilitated and held accountable, then we can have a conversation. And so it started by, one prosecutor and then another prosecutor and another prosecutor, and again, using language that they cared about and showing them that this can be done in a way that is safe. It is a meticulous process. It is not a get everybody out tomorrow. And that if we did it one by one, and many of the offices that we started working with said, oh, we would never do that case. We would never do that case. We'll only do low-level, nonviolent offenses. And as everybody in the room knows, that's not who's in prison. The majority of people in prison are there for serious and violent offenses. And so it's like, all right, okay, we'll start there. But I know where we're going. And that approach and that philosophy has worked. And so we've been able to pass these laws, and the law is simple. It basically allows a prosecutor to say, Your Honor, I asked for this person to be sent away, and now I'm asking for this person to come home. That's it. And it bypasses parole, it bypasses the governor, it bypasses the original sentence. And so that's what we've created, and we've been able to enact this law now in 6 states. The most recent one is the rule here in Utah, and I think we have a lot to talk about how to activate that here. 50 jurisdictions around the country, that's 50 prosecutors, are using these kinds of laws, and about 1,000 people have come home as a result of this work. Thank you. We have a ton, there is so much more work to do, but we're proud of what we've been able to accomplish. And we're honored that even here today, we have somebody, Ton, that's here, that came home through prosecutor-initiated resentencing. And I want to just get back to the storytelling piece, is that, you know, we have to, I can talk about what redemption and reentry looks like, but it is so much more powerful to have this on film, right? So we've partnered with Ton and his team. He's a filmmaker, to create films about people that have come home through prosecutor-initiated resentencing and try to change what a hero could look like as a prosecutor. Because before it was, I got a 20-year conviction, I got 151 years to life. And we're like, or how about you were a part of helping Ton reunite with his family? How about you were a part of Troy being able to take care of his mother before she died? How about that form of being a hero? So we tell these stories, we document these stories, we work with incredible filmmakers to be able to showcase what a new version of justice can look like, and the prosecutors they're doing it.
So as always happens, I have like 400 questions and I've got like 8 minutes left, so we're clearly not going to get to all the questions. I do this every single time. Yeah, I'm well aware. Oh, 5. I thought it was 8, but all right. Maybe our watches are different. So what I want to take this back to the human stories. I think all of us have people we know who've come back and done great things, or something that the work that we've done has had that kind of impact. So I'd like to hear from everyone on the panel, obviously in a somewhat short form, somehow where someone getting relief from a sentence has made a real difference in our communities.
It's the nature of the work FAM does. Storytelling, I think, is lost on everyone. And what it does is it humanizes this what we do. It humanizes the population. And I hope out of this we can get more of it. My phenomenal husband, who had a very lengthy prison sentence, and we were able to give a lot of that time back. While in prison, envisioned starting a trucking company. I knew nothing about trucks, so I had to get real smart real fast. And he has come home. He started a trucking company. We're not creative. It's JSM Logistics. He's Jeff. I'm Shaniva McReynolds. There you go. JSM Logistics, but importantly, and I heard it earlier today, only employs individuals returning, because that is important, because that question still, thank you, that question still gets asked, and because of that question, a lot of our returning citizens cannot get work. And so coming home and doing the work, but more importantly, not going back, because a lot of people don't hear those stories. You hear about all the individuals that come home and then they reoffend and they go back, and then that's what everybody's narrative is based on. And so there are more stories like my husband's than there aren't, and I wish we could get more of those stories out there. So thank you for what all of you are doing.
I'm going to answer this with also a little bit of a call to action. I want to talk about a young man named Sansone, who was serving a life sentence for being an accomplice. So in many of the states, we have these laws where if you didn't even sign up to do anything, you were just a driver, but somebody that you were with committed murder, you're going down for murder as well. And this, I think, is a beautiful example of what filmmaking and advocacy can look like. And so the call to action is that if you are doing work and it is about lifting up a story and you're not connecting that to how do you get people free, you're missing the mark, okay? You're missing the mark. And I got the pleasure of working with Represent Justice and Daniel, who was working on a film. And you know, it's annoying because I'm going to come in and say those pieces are not going to be helpful for getting him free. We can't talk about all those things. But together, he was able to get his film out, and we were able to work together to get Sansone free. So I would just ask everybody to please have your theory of change include liberation. That's it.
I guess I'm thinking of so many people, but one in particular comes to mind, a guy named Charlie, who I met when I was doing conditions litigation in Mississippi, who was serving a jail WAP sentence. And when I was at the Southern Poverty Law Center, played a small role in helping those guys at least make sure that they were able to file what they needed to in court when there was an opportunity for parole. And Charlie's home, and he's been home for 8 years. And I just think about what he's done. He's working, he's gotten certifications and promoted, and I think of the life that he's able to live, and that Charlie is both extraordinary but also not the exception. We know that there are so many people still behind bars that deserve an opportunity to come home. And I just want to give just as we're thinking about this, and if you're in this room and are wondering, well, maybe I'm not all the way on my justice liberation journey yet, I also would challenge you to say that if you care about the affordability crisis, if you care about the way that things cost families, the way that this system burdens families directly, we need to reduce the number of people behind bars. We learned recently in some research we put out last year that mass incarceration costs families nearly $350 billion a year in lost wages, not just for the person who's incarcerated, but also for their children over their professional lifespan. And families are spending nearly $4,200 a year to support their loved ones behind bars. We're so proud to work with Shaniva and her team at FAM, who is one of our qualitative research partners. But just to say that, as we've all talked about, there's so many different lenses to come and to attack this system and to disrupt it as we are on this road to fight for freedom, and also just to say to normalize freedom, which shameless plug, we've got T-shirts and fanny packs in the back with that message. So if you believe that freedom should be normalized, please join us in this fight and support all the organizations up here.
I know that I have gotten so many kids and so many people pardoned and gotten grants of clemency who are now free because of actions that I did, which I don't mean to pat myself on the back for, but I know it's true. I've gotten so many text messages just even last week from a woman who said, "Thank you for allowing me to have children and get married, and you're responsible for me having a family." And I get those all the time, and that's pretty impactful. And from guys who say, I have a house and a car and a job all because of you. And that's a lot. That's a lot on your shoulders. And I have hundreds of those clients. I know that because I have all of their pardons and clemency certificates hanging on my wall in my office. And that's a lot. And I just say to them, you need to live for the others who are still incarcerated. And if you screw up, you're screwing up for all of them as well, because it's on you. I got you this grant of clemency, and if you screw it up, you're ruining it for everyone else behind you. So you have to live your best life. And they have to know if they commit a crime, it reflects on everyone else. And that's just unfortunate. And the people who are on the inside, everyone thinks they deserve clemency and a pardon. They don't. You have to go in, live on the inside the way you intend to live on the outside. And if you're calling me from a stolen cell phone inside prison, you're not doing it right.
Speaking of shameless plugs, I'm gonna give a plug to our founder, Chuck Colson. Chuck Colson was probably the number 2, number 3 most powerful man in politics. He was the general counsel for Richard Nixon. He goes to prison for Watergate, becomes a number, sees that prison lacks human dignity, and that's been the cause of prison fellowship from that day forward for the past 50 years, is to recognize the human dignity. No matter what you've done, you're a human, you're deserving of dignity, whether you're incarcerated or not.
In closing, first of all, I want to thank all of y'all for being here. I also, since this is a film festival, I do want to mention that the Alabama Solution got nominated for an Oscar. And not to disagree with the point necessarily about contraband cell phones, I will say that that movie was entirely filmed on contraband cell phones in Alabama prisons. And the only reason we know what happened in that prison, the only reason we know what happened in South Carolina before the riot, and the only reason we know what happened during COVID is because of contraband cell phones. I don't want to go too crazy on that because I do understand that we all have to, follow the rules in prison, but it is important that there are ways for news to get out of prison too. And so just on closing, I want to say this has been a real honor, and this has been one of the most incredible panels. So everybody give them a gigantic round of applause.
Them to the stage. A little leg room. Good afternoon, everyone. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me again, clap twice. All right, good afternoon, good afternoon. I am Manon Butler. I am head of programs and partnerships with our National Basketball Social Justice Coalition, and I am pleased to be here to have a conversation with two of my favorite people. We're going to get into the power of sports, the power of basketball as a platform for change. And so just thrilled to be in this room, to be in community with you. Noella and all, thank you for the yeoman's effort to bring us all together here at Sundance. What a great way to come together at Sundance, no less. We have James Cadogan and Ken Oliver, the Ken Oliver. And I want to start this conversation, our conversation, about why the Social Justice Coalition. James, if you can start us off with just telling us about you, and James, for those who don't know, James is the executive director of our National Basketball Social Justice Coalition. And for those who don't know Ken, I don't know anyone in the room who doesn't know Ken, but for those who don't know Ken Oliver, he is the president of JUMP, the Justice and Upward Mobility Project. James, if you could start us off and just give us a window into how the NBA, the National Basketball Social Justice Coalition, was established, why it was established. That'll be a great way for us to kick off this conversation.
I appreciate it, Manon. I love being interviewed by you. This is great. First of all, thank you so much, Noella, for all you did to bring this together. This is a tremendous gathering of talent and experience, and to see everybody here is just friends old and new. You can't say better than that. The National Basketball Social Justice Coalition was a product of 2020. And so as so many people around the world were going through the reawakening on racial justice, people made their commitments, and we all know what those were. In the NBA community, the commitment was to long-term policy change. The thing that we had seen time and time again over generations of basketball players was engagement, activism, being able to speak up for what they believed in, the principle that we all have a role to play. What we didn't have was a dedicated structure that would focus on policy solutions. And so the players, head coaches, and team governors all came together and created the coalition to do exactly that. And since 2020, we have focused on criminal justice reform, policing, community safety, and voting rights. And the way we do our work is to leverage the power of culture and sports. At the end of the day, we know that everybody has to play their position. And you're going to get a lot of basketball puns from me, but it is so important that everybody recognize their superpower. And in the NBA community, we have fandom. We have trust. We've got 30 teams in 28 major media markets across the country, and we have reach. And so for those of us who spent time in the policy space, that's all well and good, but once you get to the point of having a great solution, how do you bring people in? You've got to leverage the platforms at your disposal, and there's nothing better at bringing people together of all stripes, all political persuasions than sports. And best among those, basketball.
Hear, 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 hear. Before we dive into the partnership that we have, Ken, would love for you to just, I want to make sure we're grounded in your work and how you've come to founding, or actually leading the Justice and Upward Mobility Project with Larry Miller.
Sure. Thank you for that, Manon. For those of you who don't know, I don't normally lead with this, but I think it's apropos for me to lead with it today. I served quarter of a century in the California prison system, got released in 2019 as a result of a 10-year bid in solitary confinement where myself and Stanford University and a corporate law firm by the name of Mayor Brown sued the state of California for my release because I was in solitary confinement for reading a political book about the Black Panther Party. After my release, I found myself very quickly working at a public interest law firm who was involved with criminal justice reform in California. And they hired me as a paralegal, and about 2 months into that, I remember the executive director called me into the office and he said, "Ken, we knew that you could write legal briefs, that's why we hired you, but we didn't know you could talk. So are you interested in becoming a policy director?" And I didn't know anything about policy. I didn't even know that these type of organizations existed. But I took the job and quickly became involved with felony disenfranchisement in California and led a coalition and built a coalition to restore voting rights for justice-impacted people who were getting out of prison. And as I was doing that work in policy, what really attracted my attention was this idea around ban the box, employment, economic mobility, and things that affect people from my community. Because to be very frank with you, I saw firsthand growing up that poverty drove a lot of the decisions that we make. The ability to not have access to what we consider to be, or what people tell you is the American dream. We lived in bubbles in the inner city, and the reach didn't seem to go that far, and so you tended to default to what you saw around you. And that's really where I found my traction around workforce development and second chance hiring. I wrote a business plan to Governor Newsom in 2020 in the California legislature and talked about building a reentry facility for justice-impacted women to get pathwayed into tech. And I don't know, just by the grace of God, after a 5-month pitching session and talking to hundreds of legislatures, they gave me $30 million to build it 18 months out of prison, which was to a lot of people a big deal. To me, and by the way, that organization has since graduated more than 200 people. Shelley here is on the board, 0 recidivism in 4 years. So we're very proud of the idea that there's a value proposition that justice-impacted people have. Shortly after that, I got sucked into the corporate world and became VP of Corporate Social Responsibility at a tech company. And then that's where I met Larry Miller, who really is responsible for why I'm sitting on this couch with Manon and James today. Larry, for those of you who don't know, is the chairman of the Jordan brand. He built the Jordan brand when Michael Jordan retired, and then later became the president of the Portland Trail Blazers, hired by Paul Allen, co-founder of Microsoft. And Larry, during the years of his career, held a secret. And his secret was that he had done 10 years in prison. He grew up in West Philly. And I remember the first time I had a chance to meet him at the Nike campus in his office, Larry looked at me and he said, "Ken, when I was 17, I used to tell all my friends that if I could just make $500 a week, I'd go to work every day and get out of the streets." And I thought that was hilarious. I started laughing that he said that. And he said, "Ken," he looked at me seriously like, "Why are you laughing at that?" And I said, "Well, I mean, I can't tell you the amount of conversations I've had with my friends growing up where I said, if I could just make $1,000 a week, we would get off the streets." And Larry and I are a generation apart, but we started to have a lot of conversations around how many other people around the country, our age, at that age, in those circumstances, were having the same conversations. What drives us a lot of times is not that we just want to get into trouble. It's like we think that's the only option that we have. And so, fast forward a year, Larry asked me to start a foundation for him. And we started talking about what that looked like, and we had a lot of conversations about what James mentioned about sports and the power of entertainment and big brands, obviously him running one of the biggest brands in America, and the power of cultural influence, and how could we galvanize the biggest megaphones in society to talk about an issue that affects 1 in 3 Americans? How can we talk about something that affects athletes every day? Like, athletics is about losing and picking yourself up after you get your ass kicked and actually coming back with a winning mentality to win the next day or the next season or the next year, right? Whether that be through injury or on the court or on the field. And so we decided to build a practice around leveraging those voices and that cultural influence to catalyze change across the country, both from a policy perspective, from a direct service perspective, but most of all through a media narrative perspective. Because, at the end of the day, people don't want to hear me go around the country and talk about it because I'm affected by it. But I do know that if you have those voices that command the most attention, whether that be Jamie Dimon, whether that be LeBron James, whether that be any number, Maya Moore, any number of athletes or brands that carry weight in the society, you have a better chance to give a permission structure or create an ecosystem of permission, right? For us to be able to do a thing. So that's kind of how I got started. And last year, we got together and decided that we would do some of this stuff for first chance folks, youth 18 to 25 who had the opportunity to learn policy and careers in policy. And so we launched the Jump Leadership Accelerator a few weeks ago and had our first UVA residency week with just some amazing youth that represented several NBA teams. And to me, it was one of honestly the best experiences I've ever had in my life, to be able to learn about those youth and learn about their trajectories and what their hopes and aspirations are.
We're going to bring you into the fold, everyone. I think I can speak for all of us. We're in a natural high. We, as Ken mentioned, we had our jump leaders join us in D.C. for a week. And I want, James, you to just paint the picture. If you could talk a little bit about how we came to the point of we came together as partners with the Jump Leadership Accelerator. And we'll look to both of you to talk about this just extraordinary experience we had just a few days ago, actually.
Well, we believe in the power of partnership. At the end of the day, the old saw goes, you want to go fast, go alone. You want to go far, go together. And when it comes to basketball, both on the court and in the business, you cannot do anything without other people. So when we got into this work, principle number one was we didn't create the solutions here. So we need to figure out how we are additive, and we need to learn. And number two, if we're going to be in this space, then we have to lean into the thing that we do best. And we're a big brand who can attract partnerships, and that's a real power, and we want to make sure that's added into the movement for justice. And then along come Larry and Ken, with the Justice and Upward Mobility Project, with Larry's obviously history with basketball, business, Jordan Brand, Portland Trailblazers. That's just a natural synergy. So we knew we'd be in the same sort of circle and space. But really, it started around a bunch of conversations that we had over breakfast and lunch as we were doing the usual circuit about what was possible. And in our coalition circle, we had been having these conversations around how can we tap into young people? Because there's so many young people attracted to basketball, and we can tell the story, we can leverage the power of our board. The coalition is governed by a board of 5 active players, 5 team governors who have the majority stakes in each of the franchises, 2 head coaches, commissioner, deputy commissioner, and the executive director of the Players Union. And that's a lot of different people with a lot of firepower, with a lot of different perspectives. But when they come together and have dialogue across that difference and figure out for the NBA community, what does it mean to pursue justice in each of our issue areas? That's real power. But we haven't been able to figure out, well, can we actually do a little bit of frontline work and really engage people? Because we're always thinking at scale, and we should. That's who we are. But we also wanted to see if we could make an investment in the next generation of talent. And so ultimately what we came up with was, well, let's do the thing that we want to see. And what we want to see is young people who may have been impacted by the system not just get a shot, but see into our world and get a shot within our space. And so the Jump Leadership Accelerator is predicated on 3 parts. Number one, being able to have an academy where we do training for each of these young people. And we have a cohort of 7 in our initial cohort. And they get together virtually to learn about public policy, to learn about how they engage as advocates. They all have the background in being impacted and raising their voices themselves, but how do we turbocharge those skills? How do we make sure that they're exposed to the highest levels of leadership to people who can help them build? Number 2 is that they will be resident both with the NBA franchise and their home team for 8 weeks, and then after that with a local partner organization of the team. So they get to see, well, what does it look like to do social impact at the Celtics? What does it look like at the Cavs? What does it look like when you go inside that business and see what they try to do and how they leverage their unique position to make a difference in the world? And then after that, they move over to the local side and get to see, well, in civil society, what does it mean? Because those are different things, but the partnerships that they forge, that's where the power lies. And so facilitating that 3-part project and bringing these young people into the fold, which has been hats off to Manon and the rest of the team, because the amount of work that it takes when you are in a global multinational business to start a new program is not small. But then when 7 young people with fire in their bellies and light in their eyes come to the District of Columbia to go on the Hill for their very first time, meeting with senators and representatives and their staffs, to tell their stories, 18 to 25 years old, doing this for the first time, to sit with folks at JP Morgan Chase, and thank you, Nan, again, for hosting us there, to be able to be at the business roundtable. That is a transformative experience. That's what we expected and hoped, but it was hearing from them afterwards that for them, it truly was life-changing. They said, this is what we wanted, the chance to show who we are in context, the chance to take a step up. That's the highest and best use of our time and our work in engaging young people. And it wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for the way in which Larry Miller and Ken have cornered that market on culture, on the connectivity between business and sports, and what we do in the same space.
What do you have to add, Ken? And let me just, I think it's important for you to, because it was really because of your vision, specifically even with the residency at UVA, to bring our young leaders to DC early on so they could have the experience. Could you just shine a light on why it was important from your vantage point, for us to partner to bring this accelerator to life?
Sure. Well, before I answer that, I'm real big on attribution. So there's James mentioned collaboration. I want to mention two folks who are in the room today who participated in this collaboration behind the scenes. The first one is Maha, who 3 years ago, might have been 2.5 years ago, brought us together in a workshop to talk about Second Chance, stakeholders from across the country. And then with her vision, saw that Larry and myself and Manon and James needed to get together in a private room to have a conversation about what was possible. And that's really what set the fire. So Maha, thank you for that. And then in reference to UVA week, it was a conversation I was actually having with Nan from JP Morgan Chase, who's here. And she talked about what would it look like to have a residency type program named the university type thing. And we had a long conversation about it. And I actually thought it was a brilliant idea to bring these leaders and these participants out to a university setting where they could get the academic instruction at the same time hear from speakers. And most importantly, as a former policy director, and James I know loves policy, get people on the Hill to actually go have a conversation and tell stories. I knew that would be a transformative experience for them. I mean, I don't want to get emotional about it, but a lot of these youngsters had never been on a plane, had never left their communities before. And to James's point, to experience high rises, the business roundtable with the top 100 businesses in America, and the experience that they had going to the Lincoln Memorial and the monument and all those things, I saw the transformation happening during the week. I saw the ideas and the creativity spinning. And this is what we're trying to bring to the world, is to show through narrative and storytelling that every single person has potential and possibility. And we need to keep our eyes open. And we have just as much to learn from every single person, whether it's Larry or Shelley, whether you've been in prison 10 years or whether you had a father that was in prison. We have things to learn from the other side. And we need to stop centering ourselves and start centering people who have lived experience, because the world will be a better place if we listen to those stories. And I think that we experienced that a week with these youth, right? And were they expertly polished to go in and like change a law today? No, they weren't. But you saw the light turn on. You saw the sense of community where they were supporting one another in their journeys. And to me, it transformed me probably more than it transformed them, right? And so I'm just grateful that we had the opportunity to do it. I'm looking forward to doing it 10x over the next couple years. And if any of you have the opportunity to work with, on the prevention side, youth who might be on the pathway to justice involvement, or even second chance folks who have touched the system but haven't had a lot of life experience in other areas, I would encourage you to look at some of these models and actually create the experiences that get people on the track and get them on their way to being productive in society.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you. I'd like to zoom out a bit. I mean, we wanted to touch the head and the heart, okay? So we're going to zoom out a bit. And I'd love for us to focus now on the work that you both have certainly led. When we think about this business case, right? The business case for second chances, certainly for the NBA community. I'm curious about if you could just shine a light on why, and we will talk about the Second Chance Business Coalition, the NBA, and certainly Jumper are now members of the Second Chance Business Coalition. I'd love to pivot and have you both speak about the business case for our respective entities being engaged in second chance policy movement, narrative change, hiring. James, I'll start with you and then turn it over to you, Ken.
I don't think anything moves the needle more than results, especially in the business context. And as much as the NBA is, we are sports and entertainment. We are storytelling every single day, the narratives on and off the court. For those of you who are game fans out there, we have just so much happening that is great in basketball, and then so much that we now can tap into just because it's 2026. It's not 1993, and the way that like our fandom follows, we have just a deep fan base and understanding. But at the same time, that's a business, right? And it's not just one business; it's a set of 30 businesses, each with different interests, each in different markets, with different politics, different structures. And the reality is that as a business with ties in community, hiring is everything. Understanding that and being clear and folks getting clearer over the course of the time that we have existed, and that's in part due to our membership as the MBA and the Second Chance Business Coalition, but also just more exposure and experience with this movement. More of the beneficial partnerships forged between individual teams, their franchises, and the community, they see the benefit. The Second Chance hiring is an imperative for any business going forward. And if there's one thing that businesses don't like to do, it's lose money. And they don't like to lose in the business of HR. Like, you've got to hire good people. And I think we are seeing a sea change, certainly within our space, in the ways that folks are looking at hiring and seeing it not as a nice to do or some beneficial obligation because out of the goodness of their heart, although like I will take that any day of the week. This is a competitive advantage we're talking about. If you're leaving talent on the table, you're going to lose. And that has been one of the things that has been most compelling when we have conversations around the community, different teams about possibilities and why second chances are important. And that becomes one of the things that is a critical selling point. And so this is one of my favorite pieces of our portfolio because I think it demonstrates like what we are looking for at all times. We've got 4 issue areas, but in criminal justice, we have seen, and all of you know, probably the greatest bipartisan consensus on any issue that we have seen in a generation. And it's been durable, despite the ups and downs of politics. And our job in this space is to be able to weather that, right? Like, basketball's going to be here. The business is going to be here. The politics will continue to swing, and like that is important for us to take notice of. But we also have to be able to be clear about the policy solutions that are going to benefit the most people. That's the role that we play. And so that business case is going to be at the front and center of what we do every single day. And again, like the entry into SCBC has been a really big door opener because it's about educating more of our stakeholders on the value that they can unlock by being inclusive in their hiring.
So I appreciate that, James, and everything James said is true. And I'm gonna touch base on the other side of the coin, which, from my personal perspective, we don't talk about enough. I remember RBIJ held a summit in Atlanta, it might have been 2021. I was on a panel with Nan, and I remember at the end of that panel, after 2 days, it was kind of stuff like this, and there was a whole lot of panels, a lot of heartwarming stories. I remember the head of Georgia Power got up at the end. He did the closing keynote, and he said, I've heard a lot of great stories over the last couple of days. He said, but if I had any feedback to everybody in the room, it was about 300 people, he said it would be to learn to speak in the language of the P&L. And I remember like, oh, shit. Like, we've talked a lot about all the heart-centered stuff and how I did 10 years in prison and how I want a job and all that, but we weren't speaking to the business case. And shortly after that, I started talking about we can't ask and don't have the right to ask employers and businesses, biggest employers in the country, to lower the bar. We can only ask them to lower the barrier, right? And then the next question to me is, how do we close the gap to make sure that we're meeting the bar as just as impacted people? And so for me, it's not a conversation about pointing out the window of all the structural stuff, even though those structural things exist. We know that they exist. For me, it's really about preparing our justice impacted people to meet the moment, right? When I convince a Fortune 100 company or a CEO to hire justice impacted people, where's the supply? And where are the people who have made the necessary transformation mentally to go into an environment where they can make $70, $80, $90, $100,000 a year, unlimited amounts? Larry Miller worked hard to build his career. He had personal agency, personal accountability. He didn't make excuses about where he came from or what he faced or what's happening in society. He buckled down, got his degree in prison, got his MBA out of prison, grinded. So at Jump, we believe that a commitment to excellence is the very first thing that we have to do for us as justice impacted people. Because when I go in and I have to explain that 15 or 20-year gap in my resume, like forget the background checks and forget clean slate. You are going to have to explain why you haven't worked in 15 years or 20 years. And you're going to have to be able to articulate that story. The thing that I believe gives you somewhat of a balancing of the scales is if you're great at what you do. And you can convince that employer that you're a value proposition to their company, right? And I've seen that happen over and over again in sports when people mess up. What causes a general manager or an owner to take a chance on somebody who just got arrested for another team? Usually it's because of the value they think they're going to bring to that organization to win a Super Bowl or a ring or whatever the thing is, right? I think we have to take that same kind of approach as we have to really focus on preparing ourselves to compete against kids that are coming out of Cal Berkeley or University of Georgia or wherever else and show up in a way. There was a young lady up here earlier talking about people who came behind us. I tell every single person that I've ever gotten a job, and I've gotten hundreds of people jobs, listen, there's people sitting in a prison cell right now praying that you do your job to open a pathway for them, which is why I call it Harriet Tubman work. We have to create pathways to be able to get people access. And if you're in there and your mind isn't right and you're half doing it and half kind of not, then you're blowing it for the next person. And with partnerships, when it comes to corporate America, James touched on this as a business, there's a lot of times you don't get second and third chances. I've seen companies say, Ken, we tried that already. That didn't really work. This person kind of did X, Y, Z. And that we're cool. We're on to the next like fashionable thing, right? And so I would just say that, yes, there's a great business case, but there's also a case for us as a community to really focus on preparing our people to scale this thing nationally. And the only way we're going to do that is if we show up and perform in a meaningful way. We commit ourselves to being the very best, because we're fighting a stigma. Like the scarlet letter is real. If you have a homicide conviction on your jacket, you have a robbery conviction on your jacket, you have a sex offense on your jacket, you have an assault on your jacket, man, that's a hard thing to overcome. This country is grounded in race and crime. Those are the two deepest issues in American history. So if we're going to climb ourselves out of this hole narratively over the next 10, 20, 30 years, we have to show up in a meaningful way. And so that's what I would like to hear more of in the conversation in this movement around first and second chances, is that we're putting out kick-ass people and people are doing great jobs, and we're paving the way for the people that are behind us.
Thank you, Ken. And you know, that P&L supply and demand part of the equation is so real, and we know this, and certainly we navigate this in our world. I would just offer, and I know we're closing, I'd be remiss if I didn't note the partnership that we were able to forge here in Utah with Noella, Rasa Legal, and Destiny Garcia, who is here, with Clean Slate Utah. We, a few years ago, actually partnered with the Utah Jazz to host an expungement summit. And it was really a function of Noella, Destiny, and the folks on the ground. So to James's point around partnerships, our goal is to play our part in our role. And we benefit from relationships. Relationships matter in this work, in this space. And the goal is for us to really ensure that we leverage the platform that we have to connect with organizations like Rasa Legal, like Clean Slate Utah, to connect the dots with teams. And our teams are all in ways that matter. The Jazz were like, say less. This makes sense for us to do it, so much so. And the first summit we had was pre-All-Star, right? They came back to us and said, hey, we want to run this back again, and did this in 2025. So I think it's important to note that this work is done in partnership with the subject matter experts, like many in this room who are doing the work day in and day out. So I wanted to give a shout out to Rasa, to Noella, to Destiny. So thank you so much. As we conclude,
On that point, I also just want to say like that two very humble people who play a very, very big role in our world and here in Utah, Ryan and Ashley Smith. So the team governors of the Utah Jazz and the founders and owners of Smith Entertainment Group. And Ryan is now on the Social Justice Coalition board. Like, none of the work that we do happens without support from the folks who carry the most weight in our community. Our board gives us our permission structure and their investment of time and capital, and especially when it comes to doing work in market, which is where the rubber meets the road. Like, at the end of the day, all policy and all politics are local. You're going to make a change, you've got to start with real people. And being able to start here in Utah, 4 years ago, with that first expungement summit and come back, their support was integral to that. And as we continue to build our work and as we think about how we work going forward, that's going to be the beneficial model for what we do, is when we are able to leverage the best of our basketball world and our most senior leaders with the best of civil society and leaders in the community to be able to charge forward and benefit people. That is all that we want to do. So Utah has been a very special home for us in terms of our work, and will continue to be.
So this is the benefit of when you work together, because there was a Maya mail. I was going to pass the ball to James.
I took the ball.
He already just took it. Like, that's how we roll. That's how we roll. And so certainly shout out to the Give and Go. That's right, the Give and Go. As we wrap, would love to just invite you both to just share parting words on the platform, the power of the platform, and the path forward. Start with you, Ken, and then end with you, James.
Sure. I think for me, the parting words is just for us to think about this whole ecosystem of first and second chance holistically. It doesn't. It's not one or the other. It's not a zero-sum game. It does take policy work. Policy can undergird what we do with businesses, and it can also undergird what we do with talent and justice impacted people. And I don't hear enough people talking about workforce and education and prevention and second chances from a policy level, right? I mean, I shared it earlier, but 18 months out of prison, policy played such an integral role in second chances for me that a governor wrote me into the California budget for $30 million. Like that's the kind of challenge that lawmakers are trying to solve. They want people to be out there working. They don't want people out there committing crimes, and they understand the gaps of what's happening between prison and people reentering into the community. So holistically, policy, think about local coalitions. How do you talk to employers at the local level? Second Chance Business Coalition is great, right? But you have top CEOs, and it doesn't always trickle down to the local level. How do we get stakeholders together in given communities? How do we create and do more media narrative? Turn on your cable TV and there's 35 crime shows today, right? How do we tell more stories of successful justice impacted people like Shelley and Larry? There's thousands of them out there, but there's a lot of meat left on the bone to tell stories, not just of justice impacted people, but other stakeholders. I want to hear from policymakers about this issue. I want to hear from victims' rights group about this issue. I want to hear from all of the stakeholders necessary, philanthropy and everybody, so we can get the best ideas on the table to create solutions at scale. And then lastly, I think gold standard skill building programs is something that we need to talk more about. How do we close the skills gap between what's happening in prison? The average person coming out of prison has an 8th grade reading level. We can't advocate to get someone a $65,000 or $70,000 a year job in the middle class economy if we don't close that skills gap. So let's think about how do we rescale and upskill our talent to meet the demands of employers, whether that's in the trades, whether it's in corporate, whether it's wherever it's at, right? And I think thinking about all of those things as we create our solutions, I think to me that's what's most important, is that we don't leave meat on the bone for one type of solution, because this is probably the most difficult hill to climb in civil society in America, is convincing an employer to hire somebody who's got a prison for a violent felony or other. So that's my food for thought.
Thank you for those pearls, James.
Yeah, you make me close after Ken.
I did the reverse. Ken is always saying, I'm not following. Yes.
I think 100% on the policy cases that need to be added to the work that we all do in this movement. But what I would say, I guess, is the storytelling and like part of being here at Sundance, and why it's so great to hear from all of you about your pieces of the work. The storytelling piece of it can never die. I think it has to be integrated with exactly the kind of policy rigor that Ken is talking about, because I firmly believe in the principle you have to connect then lead. And you're rarely going to connect with data. You will connect with a story, but when it comes time to lead, that's when you need that data. That's when you need that policy rigor. And to us, our work is inherently an evolution, like being institutionalized as a C4 organization within the MBA community, a joint venture of the League Office, Players Association, Coaches Association. That structural evolution, that just didn't exist, right? There were players and coaches and executives doing great work individually and as collectives over the course of the 76, 77 years of the NBA. But to build and decide you're going to do better and go deeper, you have to be thoughtful about the evolution. We haven't gotten away from the basketball because we know that's where we meet people and where people come to us. And the game, being able to have Karl Anthony Towns and Doc Rivers at the White House talking about the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, like that's a real thing. To have C.J. McCollum as a just masterful basketball player for the hoop heads around, being somebody who's deeply committed to juvenile justice, that really matters. To know that Clay Bennett in Oklahoma City has done justice reform as a committed Republican who understands the case for reform and has been a champion for that, those things truly matter. And so we always want to make sure that we are continuing to build that story and layer and layer. We lean into our superpower, but we want to build and grow. And so I just hope everybody continues to do that with the incredible corners of the world that you lead. Continue to build your thing, but grow and evolve too.
Thank you.
I wanted to give James the last word, but as he was talking, I realized that I left something out that's very important. Very short. So, it was 2 years ago when I had a conversation, and Larry had a conversation with Anna Zamora from the Just Trust, which is one of the biggest criminal justice funders in America. And their chief program officer is in the room today. Jump and Larry and me and what I'm doing wouldn't be possible without their belief in proximity and proximate leaders and investing in formerly incarcerated talent. And the fact that they seeded an organization that just had an idea and a vision and believed in us enough to set us on our way, we wouldn't be here without them. So I want to give props to Jolene and the whole Just Trust crew for believing in my vision, believing in Larry's vision, which allowed us to have this partnership today. So thanks, Jolene. We're grateful.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, everyone.
Up here, Chris Sedley. Oh, great, me.
I like it, man. I like it. I'm glad to hear it. I'm excited for the conversation. Oh. Right. Is that everybody? There we go. Is it? It's afternoon. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Edley III. I am the founder and executive director of the AI and Justice Consortium. We work to bring stakeholders together across expertise, experience, perspective to tackle AI in criminal justice. We're a neutral facilitative organization, partnership-based. I have some partners in the room today that I'm very grateful to. And they asked me to moderate about technology, and so I am thrilled to have these innovators, thought leaders in the room. Now, a lot of us do heart-centered work and technology can feel far away. We also see the advertising about AI, the branding about AI, and it's a double or a triple-edged sword. The first is, this is magic, right? It can be used for anything, it'll solve all your problems. And then we try and use it and it doesn't really solve our problems and it might actually slow us down, mess things up, hallucinate, make things worse. The second, though, is because it's magic, very few people come to the room thinking that they have all the answers. So we're able to find the space where we can talk across difference, work together. People who practically get paid to fight one another sit down and have conversations and say, I don't know. And that's thrilling. So just to preface to say, these are folks that come from a heart work place. And they have taken the leap and added technology appropriately, AI or other technology. So I just want to go through, and I think they'll introduce themselves in their own words better than I can. Maybe I can start with Jolene down at the end.
Is this working? Okay, there we go. I'm Jolene Foreman, the Chief Program and Advocacy Officer at the Just Trust. The Just Trust is a philanthropic organization that is 100% dedicated to powering justice reform across the country. We convene donors and then we pool funds to invest in myriad programs, including, more recently, tech solutions.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Jody Anderson Jr., double emphasis on the junior, co-founder of Resume, and we build really cool stuff for the justice impacted community.
Yeah, you do.
You definitely do. I'm Noella Sudbury. I'm a former public defender, former policy advocate, have worked on bills here in Utah and around the country. Currently the founder and CEO of Rasa Legal. Thanks, everybody. I'll pay you later. Our mission is to use technology to make it easier for someone with a criminal record to understand what's on their record and get access to a lawyer who can help them clear up that record and get access to more opportunities in life.
Hey everybody, my name is Jason Wang. I'm the founder. Promise I didn't pay them to do that. I'm the founder and CEO of Free World. Free World is a tech nonprofit that trains and places people with criminal histories into living wage careers. Today, we focus primarily in the trucking industry, but we are working towards moving into multiple career fields like HVAC, electricians, and plumbing in future years.
Hello, my name is Sean Osman. I'm a recovering attorney and a recovering drug addict and a recovering inmate. So I am the founder of 3 different companies that I'll probably talk a little bit about today. A software company that manages populations in the criminal justice system with AI. Second, Persevere, which is a nonprofit that does teach incarcerated men and women and the children of their families on the outside at the same time how to be software developers and now AI developers as well. Across the country, and then places them into jobs when they're out, puts them in transition homes that we operate and wrap around them with services. And then a third company, which is called Banyan Labs, which hires our Persevere graduates so that they have those tech jobs and can get ready for prime time once they're released.
Thank you all. Jolene, I'm going to start with you. Can you talk about investing in tech solutions in justice? What's changed? Why now? What's driving you all?
So modernization is happening with or without us, and we believe in not just, defining the problem, which our movement is so good at doing, but in really building a vision of what the solution looks like. And that needs to happen collectively with all the kind of people that are at this festival, with storytellers, with visionaries, with the policy changers, of course, like we've always been invested in. But really, if we don't do the hearts and minds change, we can't get there. And part of getting there is a vision of what a system of justice that actually serves people looks like. And that's going to take innovative tech solutions. Like whether it is addressing an issue that Alyssa raised on the sentencing panel, which is, all these states have passed laws that allow people to earn their way out through earned and good time credit, yet people don't have access to programming. So tech solutions can help people access programming. They can help them get credit for it. They can help make institutions safer for the guards and staff that work there, which thereby make it safer for the people serving time there. And they can get people home, which makes communities safer and more likely to thrive. And so we invest in like myriad solutions, and we see modernization and technology as a key thing to invest in. If we don't, only kind of the status quo investors, the people maintaining the system, maintaining the structures that have led to the problem statement that we have now, like that's all we're going to see in terms of technology. So we need to start investing in the solutions that actually create opportunity within the justice system.
Fabulous. Noella, I'm gonna throw you this scale question. Can you talk to me about how tech has allowed Rasa to scale its impact?
Yeah, for sure. So I came to this work running volunteer expungement clinics. And I remember that the first clinic we put on, we had about 60 volunteer lawyers, and we expected about 150 people with records come to get support from a lawyer to clear their record. Close to 1,000 people showed up to the first clinic that I put on. And they showed up, some of them drove all night long. Our state is about 6 hours long, to stand in line, a lot of them with their little kids, with their families, for the chance to meet with a lawyer who might be able to help them move forward in their lives. And from that work, I learned the size of this problem is massive. I had no idea until that day how many people had records in the state of Utah, 850,000 people more than. In America, 1 in 3 Americans, close to 100 million Americans, are struggling with a criminal record. And until I put on that clinic, I just had no idea the size of the problem. I was also inspired by the stories of the people that I heard. And as that line grew over the day, I asked people, why are you here? How is your record creating a barrier in your life? What are you hoping you can do by clearing your record? And people said things like, I want the right to work. I want the ability to make a wage that can provide for my family. And I'll never forget this woman who pointed to her kids in line. Kid's his feet, little toes were sticking out of his shoes. And she said, I'm here for my son. I want him to have opportunities that I never had. And I was so inspired by these stories. But the third thing I learned from my clinic is that the tech was so bad in the space. It was so manual. It was taking us as lawyers 45 minutes to an hour just to piece together what was on someone's criminal record to see if we could help them, to even start then the paperwork after that. And it kind of floored me because on the other side, right, you can run a background check on somebody, instantly get everything on their record, and instantly deny people from opportunities. And so it got me curious, well, if I could leverage those same digital record sets, could I build an app to expunge somebody's record? Could we create, using technology, a way to scale opportunity? That was a dream at first, but did become an app, which we launched in 2022. And our impact, when you talk about scale, before in the state of Utah, about 400 people per year could get access to record clearance. Of those 850,000 people, since we've launched, we've been able to help over 26,000 people.
I'm actually jumping to Jody next, but that triage tool, the fact that the investment from the world and from the government often goes into the system side, that it makes finding criminal records so easy. Jody, can you talk to me about similar line of thinking, but a nuance? How does the tech work so well? How is it such a great opportunity, particularly for impacted communities?
Yeah, for sure. really would just look on Noah's sheet right there and articulate
Yeah.
the exact words, because it's a living example of how technology definitely enables solutions at scale for sure. So massive respect to Noelle and her whole team at Rasa. One thing that I would like to point out is I remember when I first went to Juvie, like MySpace was out, right? And then after my time inside was over, like the whole world had changed. Airbnb, Uber, Snapchat, Instagram, like everything. The way people communicated, the way they moved around the world, like everything was governed by technology. And for me, that was like instantaneously, right? The whole world had changed. And I feel like those same innovations aren't reflected in the criminal like justice space, right? Usually those like technologies are addressing a huge like market opportunity or like a market failure. And if you think about the criminal justice kind of space, it is indeed like not only a social failure, but also like a market failure. But there are people doing incredible work inside those systems. So you'll see a bunch of individual actors or like community-based organizations doing really solid work, but like there's information silos. And technology is really good at like bridging those information silos, really good at coordination between actors that don't necessarily have to be in the same place at the same time. Technology really good at doing that. Technology really being good at taking something that worked, that is repeatable, and then just scaling that over and over and over and over again in a way that human beings are just not able to do. Those are some of the main highlights. Another thing that's really important too is once you figure out a repeatable, workable solution, which we have examples of that. I mean, you just had Oliver up here, Jay Jordan, like everyone who came and spoke, who had passed legislation, who had passed policy, who had these incredible programs. Like those are the actual solutions. When you think about like how do we discover what works, like it literally, there's already proof that it does work, right? And what you'll see in the commercial world is once someone sees something that's repeatable and it works, they immediately start leveraging technology and network effects and distribution to bring it to scale. They almost don't even question like what the outcome is. But in the case of like the justice movement, justice impacted communities, the outcomes that we heard all day are positive and phenomenal, right? And to scale those, like you add a layer of technology, and Noella just literally described it. You go from 400 to get 26,000, right? They probably did that on like a few dollars, right? And I think that's just the power of like compounding technology. Like the distribution is there in the community. Everyone here already supports the movement. People who have specialized knowledge, I think is right for that. The other thing too is a lot of these systems of oppression or systemic kind of exclusion, they're very like rule based, right? There's like some logic that everyone seems to follow like blindly, and like that means you can map those rules in like a different way. So interventions aren't like that abstract, right? So I'll take a good example is like on the policy front, you'll have fair chance hiring laws, policies that like made that possible. That means those are rules that people have to follow, right? Like every time you get on an application or some software, technology piece, it is a bunch of rules and buttons that you're just clicking through, right? And then you get the outcome that the designers had designed for you to have. And like that's on the policy layer. When it comes to expungement, it's just a bunch of rules and processes that you have to go through to make this thing work. And you add technology on that and you're clicking buttons and then you get to the next result. I think that can happen over and over and over again in a way that technology can only enable. And then you think about the size of the problem. It's my last comment. The size of the problem is massive, right? How society has been transformed, like within our generations, has been largely, if not singularly, through like technology. So I think we need to embrace that.
Can I add something real quick to that? This is a point that Jody often makes, that there's so much, we live in a digital world. There's technology all around us, right? But there really isn't a lot of technology in this space for justice impacted people. Why? That doesn't make as much money as some of the other technology out there, right? And so I would like Mark and Jen and Gib and Chris to stand up, please. Please. These are my software engineers. Yes. This is Mark's 5th startup. He could do anything, anything. He's had 4 successful exits. All of these people could work for bigger salaries, could work for fancier companies, and they choose to work for Rasa. And that is everything. They're our tech. So just wanted to give them a shout out. We need more engineers like this to care about people and these spaces. So thank you for showing up for me. I love you. Could not do it without you.
Bravo.
That carries me right to Sean, and then I go to you, Jason. But you've started 3 companies, 3 tech companies here. I imagine that is a synergy, some kind of ecosystem, some kind of drivetrain for impact. Can you? What was the unlock moment? What was that chain of thought? What's the theory of change, and how did technology and the possibilities it can open up play into that?
The best way I can say that, I think the problem is so massive, as you say, and there are so many groups of people attempting to infiltrate and impact and change all these different junctures, right? All these different points of contact with the system, whether it's getting arrested, whether it's being in jail, whether it's the sentencing, whether it's your record, trying to get a job, trying to get housing. The problem is so huge, and so many people are trying to help that. For me, and what I was trying to do as criminal justice impacted, as a person that really understood technology and have started many companies in technology, as a serial entrepreneur, I wanted to attack it from multiple angles. So you're going to ask me another question later. I think you said you would. That I might answer it then better than now. But in order to really modify the way the system works, you got to get inside the system. You have to get within it. And so Vantage is getting inside of prisons and jails and sheriff's offices. And just like Jody said, I could never have said it better, and I want to record. Who's recording this? Because I'm going to go back to Jody's words to even sell my product better because of the way you said it, but here's why. In prisons and jails, you have manual processes. If you can find something that works, you can set up a rules engine and attributes. These are nerdy words, and repeatable processes. And you can actually, and I've got Jared Garcia here, who is the director of your Utah Department of Corrections. Yes, please. He's amazing. He's amazing, actually, and he's a client, and we're working together on some really innovative stuff here, but I'll try to keep this a little shorter. But what he has seen and what he's asked us to work together on is take from that far upstream as you can, find the research and the best practice, automate it, and then what it does, and this is going to sound odd to him, is it wrestles away from the system that is built to oppress in many cases or exclude. It wrestles away from them their ability to make those bad decisions because you're automating the whole system for them. That's that ecosystem. I personally could not work in this system without getting into the direct service. So Persevere, Banyan Labs, I've graduated 2,000 people that work for $100,000 or more as software developers. So I have to impact it from both sides. Thirdly, prevention, get their kids, get their families, get their entire social capital built up so that they do not follow that path and you interrupt intragenerational criminality, poverty, etc. So that's why.
Jason, trucking is diesel, rubber, asphalt. What is it like in your mind combining technology to facilitate getting a CDL? What are you thinking about with your program participants? What made you go there?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, just to start off with why I got into the work, at the age of 15, I was incarcerated for a first-degree felony, aggravated robbery, and sent to a juvenile Texas prison for 12 years. Now, I was very lucky in the sense that I got to get released early, and I got a full scholarship and 2 master's degrees. But even with 2 master's degrees, companies wouldn't hire me due to my criminal record. And it was heartbreaking. Here I had thought that I had served my time, paid my debt to society, but most importantly, I promised my mom that I wasn't going to let her down again. And yet society only saw me for the worst thing I had ever done. It felt like I was wearing invisible handcuffs for the rest of my life. And so that really inspired me to focus on this major issue that we've talked about all day today, which is a major indicator for why people enter the system to begin with is because of poverty. And without the ability to earn a living wage career, many people resort back to their old ways and get back into the system. And so one of the things that we've been curious about is creating what we're calling a reentry operating system, taking a fragmented and confusing reentry environment and creating a predictable pathway to success. And over the past 4 years, we've now been able to scale that solution to 10 states, over 25,000 returning citizens. Our graduates are earning, on average, $68,000 per year. And last year alone, we were able to help our graduates earn over $102 million collectively. Now, the reason why we chose the trucking industry is because, as somebody who has gone through the system, come out and experienced the challenges to reentry, we know what we need. And so we chose the trucking industry really for 5 core reasons. The first thing is that it pays a living wage. We've talked about that numerous times. The second thing is that trucking is the backbone of America. There are over 4 million truck drivers all across the nation, and they're facing an incredible labor shortage. That means that they're open to hiring those with criminal records. The third thing is that the cost for trucking is actually quite cheap in comparison to most other educational programs. We can get somebody into a trucking career in about 45 days for about $5,000. We can also trucking represents a physical representation of freedom. I remember coming out of prison and becoming emotional when I got to drive a car for the first time. And for many of us who have been locked up in 8x6 cells, seeing the world through a TV screen, being exposed to the world where you're earning a living and seeing the world for the first time is an incredible feeling. And so for those reasons that's why we chose the trucking industry.
Beautiful. Jolene, reentry operating system, Just Trust talks about modernizing the justice system a lot. Can you riff from there? What do you all mean about that?
So when we talk about modernizing the justice system, we mean changing this from a system that actually really destroys and devastates lives to one that creates opportunities and improves lives for anybody who comes into contact with it, regardless of the reason. And that is not the system that we have right now. And we support myriad solutions for getting there. So historically, we've really focused on media narrative, the hearts and minds change that I talked about before, policy change, and on investing in some programs. And we identified that a real gap in the field, a real way that we need to get to solutions is by investing in technology innovation and modernization. Because as I said before, it's happening already to maintain the status quo. And we need it to actually make the system serve all of us, to make our tax dollars go to something we can actually be proud of instead of something that is further entrenching harms intergenerationally. And that looks like investing in programs like my former colleague Patrick Robinson's program that is a pilot in DA and prosecutor and public defender's offices, where he is selling a tool to them to increase innovation, but it's also a tool to speed up the trial process and to create more fairness and transparency. That creates a more just justice system. It's also investing in organizations like Recidivists, who we've long supported, who are taking literal paper records. I don't know if people here know that, but jails and prisons still track everything with paper records, and they are digitizing them and tracking them and implementing laws that are already in existence to move people through the system when they should move. So moving people out of solitary and into Gen Pop, moving people out of Gen Pop and getting them home. What Hillary said before, this should all be in the interest of liberation. It's getting people home to freedom. It's getting people from parole to be fully free. And to be then contributing members through, of society through these programs that are connecting people to, through Jump, what Ken's doing, through the program that Jason just talked about, so people can actually thrive and their communities can. And we're, really excited about what we're seeing. We're also seeing, a tool from CEO to help people practice while they're still in prison, preparing for job interviews by actually talking to an AI interviewer and improving their job skills. Or another program that we're looking at the front end, because we think it's important to prevent contact with the system in the first place. And there's this app called Mia to help people connect with programming so they can actually complete diversion programs, because diversion's a great tool if people can actually graduate and they need to access programming. So there's so many solutions out there that can improve the justice system for good, that can actually create economic opportunity and can improve people's lives rather than making it so much worse. And that is why we're excited about that, and that's what I see as modernization.
But there can be problems with technology. So, Noella, certainly one of them is paper records, but what are some other problems using technology to improve justice?
So many challenges. Jason on the way up here said, what's the biggest challenge right now facing your business? And I just said, where do I start? I mean, the system itself is a problem, right? We have a very broken justice system. We have a very fractured court system. Every state has their own laws, their own forms, their own court systems. Some of them have e-filing, some of them only have paper filing. But down to just silly rules like expungement paperwork needs to be notarized, signatures need to be wet. The margin on the expungement petition's got to be 2.5 inches on top, and I'm like, who wants those kinds of margins? Well, it's because they're still the margins they were when lawyers had those, and lawyers will appreciate this, old ones, the 2-hole punch. Well, I consider myself old. When I started practicing law, right, we were on paper. We couldn't e-file. You had to print and hand deliver your documents to the court. But the point is, these rules are outdated. The systems are outdated. Nothing is uniform. Nothing is standardized. And when you're trying to use technology to solve a problem, but we got a special code, Snowflake Justice Courts forms, because they can't just use the state-approved forms, it makes no sense, and it's a very, very difficult problem to solve. And there really is a court called Snowflake Justice Court. I mean, that's how silly this can be. It's outdated. Lawyers are part of the problem. Courts are part of the problem. And I don't think they're ill-meaning. They're just, government is hard to change. People don't like change. And these systems are outdated. They're expensive to update. And so when we think about technology in this space, and Jolene said this too, like, some people are still on paper. You can't automate paper. You got to make those paper records digital before a solution like mine can even interact with it. And so huge, huge problems, encouraged by some of the work that's coming out of the Just Trust, the Filing Fairness Project. There are a lot of passionate lawyers and engineers and people who care about these things, but we have a lot of work to do.
I just want to clarify, when we're talking about digital, you mean better than a PDF, right? Okay, not just a PDF. All right, just to be.
I mean, let's start with the PDF.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Jody to do something really hard, which is, imagine I'm a nonprofit guy. I'm a nonprofit guy, actually. What is it that venture capital and startups can do to support technology for good that nonprofits can't?
Okay. Definitely put
I'm
me
a
on the
nonprofit
spotlight.
guy. So
Nonprofit guy also. One thing I want to say, Sean runs one of his nonprofits like a startup. And so I'll say that. He should speak on that in a few moments. But I'll ask a question to everyone in general. Like, who has heard of Google or NVIDIA or Netflix or HP or Cisco? No hands in the room. There we go. So all of those were, and there are hundreds of them, all those were once startups who had a crazy idea that didn't seem probable. They all come from a very small place in California, Silicon Valley. They're all connected to this little tiny school too. The same school that helped Oliver get out of confinement and change the lives of hundreds of thousands of people at this point. And one thing I noticed by being there, you definitely drink some of the Kool-Aid. Be Kool-Aid or coffee or water. And it is an ecosystem that tries to identify, one, something that doesn't exist, a massive problem, a solution that seems improbable, very, very smart and talented people who would sacrifice going, and this, Noelle was bringing this up too, going a sustainable and traditional corporate route and using portions of their youth to build something that has like, 0.01% chance of succeeding. But then if it does, it could change everything because there's massive upside. There's a special class of human beings who have a risk appetite that they can stomach that. And then those are what are typically called like venture capitalists. What they're driven by is unclear sometimes to me. I can say one thing. The outcomes, when they do get it right, one, you have talented people. Some of those talented people are to my left. Always shout out to the engineers. They build solutions that solve problems that people have generally overlooked. They provide tons of value to people, some of it in the form of entertainment, doom scrolling and stuff like that. And then they're able to capture some of that value, right? And then reinvest that value into better technology that can be more scalable, that can reach more people. And then you end up in a situation that we're at now where our lives are governed by a number of companies that all live in like a 100-mile radius of each other. And the reason why that's so powerful is it has this dominating effect on like people's lives, right? It like governs human behavior and interaction in ways that like older systems just haven't been able to do. Even the institutions that govern society aren't as effective as technology firms. And one thing that's also super important is not only investment of talent. You have incredibly talented people who are doing this. There's an incredible investment of capital. I'll give you one example. We were, this is a few months ago, we were in the like NVIDIA auditorium, and there's a guy named Sam Altman who's still around here somewhere. And he had said, I don't care if it takes $10 million, $1 billion, $10 billion, $100 billion, we're going to do this. No one like laughed or thought he was crazy. They were all like, yes. And then you turn on the news at any point, like they're actively doing that, right? It is a group of people who are like insanely committed to realizing their vision, like no matter what. And at some point, there are enough of us in this room, we have to feel the same exact way. We need people to forego McKinsey, no offense, Facebook, offense. We need people to forego investing in the next, like, I don't know, photo sharing app or whatever it is. Pour capital, pour talent, and be insanely and like maniacally driven to like achieving our outcomes, like no matter what. And I think that same level of like insanity and reckless abandon that happens in venture and startups needs to exist in this space because the problem is so massive. And the return is massive too. Like I sort of said earlier, like tens of billions of dollars left on the table. Like $1 trillion is lost every month in like lost economic productivity because just impact people like aren't hired. That's massive, right? So whether you're driven by like greed and financial returns or actually transforming society, like I think we need to all get on the same page and like double down, like all or nothing.
A radical. We have a radical here. I love it. Yes, for sure. Jason, so from, I think, a product design or design thinking perspective, choosing trucking reduced a lot of friction in the process for participants, right? For folks coming home. Can you talk about taking that sort of same program or systems design thinking, which I think a lot of folks in here, or policy design thinking, are fully capable of doing, right? Human-centered, trauma-informed, whatever it is in your expertise, you have experience thinking about the end user or the participant in the program and what's going to make it easy and beneficial to them, right? Now, technology, as I think we were talking about as I was talking about at the start, can be mystifying. So for the benefit of the audience who may at some point hire an engineer to build a tool, how do you go about did you go about translating that, oh, it should be trucking kind of light bulb moment into your app that you're developing, or your reentry operating system? Either one. Reducing friction. What's the process?
Yeah, so the goal here was to be able to help somebody get to their end goal as quickly as possible. And so we walked step by step with the people that we serve, whom we call our free agents, through the entire process to really understand the barriers that they were facing. And so as an example, to get a commercial driver's license, you need to take a test, and then you have to go to a DMV to pass that test. Well, in order to do that, you have to present identification. And what we learned through the process is that 60% of the people that we serve didn't have their birth certificate or social security card. And if you don't have those documents, it is a nightmare to try to get them, because you need a birth certificate to get a social security card. You need a social security card to get a license. You need a license to get a birth. So like, if you have none of them, then you're kind of in this doom loop. And so we created technology where you could press a button and we would get you a social security card and birth certificate within 7 business days, and we took care of the entire process. Another thing that we realized is that for many people, they had not had a formal education for a long time. Ken talked about how people are coming out with an 8th grade education. And so to tell somebody to learn how to drive an 80,000-pound vehicle just by reading a handbook was a tall ask. And so we created videos, we had an instructor, we created games, we created tests online that would allow somebody to master this curriculum incredibly quickly. We then found out that people could not sustain a long training cycle without having some type of funds in the bank. And 30% of our students didn't have a bank account. And so we figured out, let's create an integration with PayPal where we can get you an account immediately, and now you've got a checking and routing account where you can get direct deposit, and we can send you stipends to cover your bills while you're currently going through trucking school. And over the past 4 years, we've sent $8 million out to people just so that way they can attain their education and achieve their dream. So, like, that's stuff on the student side. On the employer side, we're also releasing technology to help speed up the hiring process. And so when we're connecting students to employers, we're using AI to basically personalize that match, but we're handing the employer the hiring packet up front. Why are we going through 4 weeks of interviews only to offer you the job and then fire you once the criminal background check comes back? It's incredibly frustrating, and it's heartbreaking for the individual. And so we're trying to speed up that process as well. And then for government, we're utilizing the national workforce system to fund the training costs for our participants. And so we have created technology for American Job Centers as well as workforce boards where we handle the entire life cycle to get somebody funded. Everything from the assessment to case management to getting them enrolled with a training provider to getting them a job with an employer, for data collection as well as analytics. And the combination of all these different technologies achieves what we all care about at the end of the day, which is the individual being able to put food on the table, to become a father, to become a mother, a son or a daughter, and achieve their dream. And technology is the key to make that happen.
Excellent.
Can I add something real quick?
Okay, we only got like.
Yep.
But you're running this thing, so we're gonna go like 2
Well,
minutes.
it will be like 30 seconds. But the amazing thing to me about technology, you just heard about all of the incredible stuff that Jason has built. Rasa's technology can link to Jason's, and so now when someone's creating an account with Rasa, we can ask, hey, do you need a driver's license? Do you need a birth certificate? Do you need a social security card? Instead of recreating that, I'm like, there's a partner in this space who does that. Can connect to Jody's technology, right? Have you been denied a job because of your record? Build your case. So the point is, tech isn't just our organizations. We can connect our solutions together to have greater impact.
Mm-hmm. That's right. This is too big a question for too little time, maybe. But Sean, so I think it's a lot easier for folks on the reform or the progressive side to get excited about a Rasa or a RESME.
Then Advantage.
Right? AI coming in, putting it in the hands of systems actors sounds like, Jody. Skynet, right? And there are things that look terrifying, but what can we talk about, like better decision making? How can this help?
Yeah, I'll be quick. All these products and all these people and everything else is just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I'm honored to even be on this couch. It doesn't sound as sexy to do what we do with Vantage. And it sounds scary, and it sounds like we might be helping what we consider to be the machine only be worse or be better at their job at being worse to people. It's the opposite. So it's boring, it's tedious, it's unbelievably complex. But that's what we do, is to get in the systems. And now we're not just doing DOCs or jails. Jared Garcia again. Now he's bringing in DHHS. Now we're bringing in the county jails. Now all into the same data so that they have access with each other. We get around HIPAA. I'm not get around it. We have to comply with HIPAA. We're breaking the law. We're breaking the law. We comply with HIPAA. We comply with CJIS. We comply with all these regulations so that multi-agencies, technology is the great equalizer. So now the data can be, just think about it floating overhead for different people to be able to pull down what they need so that the families, the children, the mom, the dad, the people that are on Medicaid, the people that are doing things with substance abuse and drug addiction counseling, needing housing, are in prison, are in jail, can be managed for success, rehabilitation, and transformation hell of a lot more efficiently and successfully than all those broken silos. So it isn't sexy, but it has a massive impact.
Brilliant. That's all the time we got.
Can I say the last thing, please?
Noella, I was going to pass it to Noella to...
Thank you. So I just want to give...
I am her client. I'm using her, by the way, and her system for my stuff, which is very cool.
We're happy to do it. But I just want to take the last word to shout out Executive Director Jared Garcia. Stand up, please.
Hey.
We got the head of corrections for the state of Utah in this room, and a lot of more progressive people. And I think what Sean was saying, really what Sean does is made possible by leadership. And it takes law enforcement, it takes corrections, it really takes all of us, but it takes leaders with an open mind who are willing to talk to people with lived experience, who built solutions to make processes more efficient, to help people have better outcomes, to help prisons have better outcomes. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being the leader that you are.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Chris.
Absolutely. If you all, I got a self-plug for 1 second. We just launched our organization, I think more recently than those guys did. So last week, we had our first set of events. We do a lot of programming. Last week was AI in policing. We have AI in courts coming up, AI in incarceration. Look up the AI and Justice Consortium and reach out. We try to act like a Rolodex and provide support across the way. All right, take care.
You right, thanks everyone. Welcome. I'll just kick us off and say thank you to RBIJ and Maha for sponsoring an event, this panel, and Noella for setting this all up. We can give her a round of applause. Probably can't have too many. All right, so successful reentry at scale. It requires a coordinated effort between community organizations, government, businesses. And this collaboration, it has to extend beyond a second and fair chance at hiring to include essential support, wraparound services, mental health resources, training, legal navigation. I'm joined by the 4 panelists here who each in their own way contribute to a more comprehensive vision of reentry. And this panel will explore how our collective contributions can launch and support individuals from incarceration into successful, thriving futures, thriving for themselves or successful for themselves, businesses they contribute to, and the community at large. But the ultimate goal, I think, is to shift the narrative that prevents people from reaching their full potential and keep envisioning a better system and ecosystem. So I'm going to start actually with Royal. You have a really inspiring personal story, and you have personal experience with this system. If you could just speak to some of the challenges that you experienced and the barriers you experienced, especially upon release, and how navigating those challenges led to where you are today.
Hello?
There we
There
go.
we go. There we go. So yeah, my name is Chief Royal Ramey. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of the Forestry and Fire Recruitment Program, also known as FFRP. And I don't know if y'all know that California has utilized incarcerated people since the 1940s while paying them $1 an hour. I actually went to the system. I did 20 months in fire camp. I fell in love with it, wanted to pursue it as a career, but it wasn't no true pathway to be able to transition into the fire service professionally. So it was definitely difficult, right? As you got 3 different major stigma or barriers that folks face when they come home from prison. It's really, the stigma obviously around, being incarcerated. Also the lack of credentials when you actually in fire camp. You don't get the certifications that you need in order for you to pursue a career and being able to put that on your resume. And lastly, one of the biggest thing is the application process. Actually, how do you, start from point A to point Z, right? When you come in and understanding like what certifications you need, what the application process looks like, and actually when you have that conversation with, a captain or a chief, right? Becoming a firefighter, it was always those kind of challenges. And to be fair, a lot of folks, that are firefighters in California, it's 85% of folks are, white Caucasian males. So when you go until you sit in that room, you already have a different, perspective from, when they look at you and what they, think of you. So especially when they look at that resume and see that you've been incarcerated in fire camp. So, but I didn't let that stop me. I wanted to pursue it as a career. I wanted as bad as I wanted to breathe. And I think what Ken Oliver said earlier around, taking responsibility and ownership of what you have done and wanting to pay it forward is very important when you understand the importance on committed to excellence when it comes to being able to, transition into society. And, since 2018, we have helped over 300 people get jobs in the fire service. Yep.
Thanks. So you spoke to some of the barriers you experienced when you were reentering. How long did it take you to find employment after?
It was about 11 months.
Okay.
11 months.
It's a long time, for
Yes.
bridging. So Mike, I'm hoping you can share with the audience about Flagger Force, but your company has tried to remedy a lot of barriers and challenges for individuals, not just those who are justice impacted, but for anyone looking for employment. And so if you could speak to some of the ways you've addressed, like practices and policies you've implemented at Flagger Force to help address and overcome those barriers while introducing and sharing about the company.
Thanks, Shay. It was a pleasure. The chief and I got to spend time yesterday together, and so you have 2 former firefighters here. I spent 1 year in college fighting fires and got named Firefighter of the Year, and I was really proud to tell the chief that. So if I ever lose my job as a CEO, I'm coming to see you. But I don't like hills, so I want to fight fires on the ground level. I started a company called Flagger Force, and we don't have enough time to go through the background in 2002. And with 4 employees working for an electrical company, we do traffic control for primarily utilities. Started with 4 employees in Westchester, Pennsylvania, and today we serve about. Did I hear a whoa?
Yes, we're very near. We got
Pico, Philadelphia Electric, my very first client. They told me, don't get comfortable, you won't last more than 18 months. 23 years, I still have their contract. So Flagger Force is out there supporting Pico and Exelon, and what that actually is part of the story. That, long story short, over 20 some odd years, we've grown to be about 3,000 employees, over 15 states, 20 offices, and it's all the big utilities, Duke, Florida Power, Georgia Power. I heard somebody talking about Georgia Power earlier today, and I thought that was really great. I've got a story there, but you don't start a company, at least I didn't start a company to try to be socially prominent. I was starting a company to pay for my kids' college. And shortly after starting the company, I realized that people were putting their lives at risk for me. And so safety driven is part of our mantra. And so then it evolved to be like, well, these people are putting their lives, I'm now responsible for their livelihoods. So most people, when they start a company, don't start it to be socially relevant. You start it to make money. And so now I'm 65 years old and got gray hair all over the place, and I'm thinking about what's the legacy that's past it. And I grew up on a farm in Amish country, Pennsylvania. Started planting tobacco at the age of 9 and got paid a field of sweet corn for doing it. So like work has been the only thing that I ever did. And I spent a lot of time out in the field with our employees. And what I've learned is it's really not about what you've done in your past. It's what you're ready to do. And so for our company, it wasn't, I was given the same opportunity. I was never incarcerated. I'm unique in this environment. I never really thought much about that, but it wasn't really about that. It was about people of all types of walks of life that have challenge in their life. And it's, are you ready to now assume responsibility and accountability for your future? And so the challenge for us as we've gone that direction, the best, most relevant story is that big companies have contracts that prohibit you from hiring felons. And I had an opening where the president of Baltimore Gas and Electric was on the board of Living Classrooms. There you go. And so he was extremely busy in the board, and I was meeting with him one day, and I said, you know, Steve, you're the president of Baltimore Gas and Electric, a 200-year-old institution. You are on the board of Living Classrooms, and you're very excited about their program. Yes, I am, Mike. I said, you know, your contract prohibits me from hiring your people you're helping. And he looked at me and like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah. So we have 2 choices here. I can violate my contract or like change your contract. And trying to change Exelon's contracts is like walking, it's just almost impossible. So what we do is we really work with the CEOs to say, at the end of the day, we understand your contractual obligations, and it makes sense, but this is what we do. And we now place a tremendous amount of people that have made mistakes in their lives. We have all probably made mistakes in our lives, and some of us got caught at them, and some of us didn't. But trying to have that focus on doing the right thing and building people up and respecting their dignity, it's just being holding people accountable to do what's right in life. So.
Thanks, Mike. I love that, you know, you didn't kind of bend to, especially you have these giant clients and you're trying to get contracts and their policy stated a certain thing, and yet you stayed true and you were committed to it of like giving people opportunities and not saying, okay, we're just not going to hire anyone with a record. And so you really do take the approach of like, Flagger Force doesn't have a blanket policy statement where they exclude people of certain crimes. It is everybody case by case is assessed on an individual basis and given an opportunity. and you make the hiring process really easy. Something, the application process takes like 5 minutes to fill out online. And I think just tying that back to what Chief Royal Ramey said of, if it takes 11 months to find employment and to gain, get through an application process, is just cutting that down to you do it in like 2 to 3 days, from the time someone applies.
Yeah, the most recent technology is huge. And that last segment was really interesting. And we've invested a lot in technology because our employees are all dispersed. So they have everything they need in the palm of their hand. And actually, when we started doing that, I was worried that I have employees that wouldn't have smartphones. And I realized it was like 95% of our employees, even if they didn't have a lot of money, had a smartphone, not a flip phone. So they were able to leverage technology, and that's a beautiful story. And obviously, we're excited to be here, and we're excited to partner with Rasa, and I'm sure we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, I want to stay on you, Mike, for a couple minutes, because you do have so many unique other practices and policies you implement to help people. So if you could just touch on the GED program, the hardship fund, transportation real quick.
So growing up on a farm, planting tobacco, hey, never thought I'd even know where Salt Lake City was, let alone be here today. But giving back. If you Google Flagler Force, you'll see the values, vision, and mission of our company, and it'll be nothing about being the best traffic control company or being the largest or anything else. It's leadership, integrity, respect, trust, and I've been blessed beyond belief. But I really fundamentally believe in the value of great people and the stories that I get to receive. So yes, when you start a company and you're small, people walk into your office and go, my hot water heater broke, so I got to quit my job to fix my hot water heater. I'm like, well, how about if I just write you a check for whatever the hot water heater costs, and hopefully you'll pay me back. And that's how it started. And it morphed into the Flagler Force Employee Hardship Program, which is now funded by all of our employees. They contribute money to wear jeans on Fridays, or like we do the NCAA basketball tournament, and they contribute money for the hardship fund, and they win days off and all that stuff. Every year we're giving over $100,000 out to people to fix their hot water heaters, because people in our socio-economic environment, when they run into a problem, they quit their job to fix the problem, and they don't realize that they've just lost continuity. There are stories of our employees. I deliver all of our employees' anniversary presents out in the field, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, whatever. And I delivered a 5-year jacket to a guy that's 50 years old, and Noel's an attorney, and there's some recovering attorneys in the room, and you never ask a question that you don't know the answer to, right? But I asked a question. I said, what's the longest you've ever had the job? He says, Flagler Force. I'm like, you're 48, you're in your upper 40s. What's going on? He said, every time I had a job and something bad happened, I quit to solve the problem. And for whatever reason, the culture of caring stuck. So the Hardship Fund helps people solve those problems at hot water heater or whatever it is. The GET program gets their education. And we're really proud to be, I think, your first partner in Pennsylvania. We are bringing Rasa to Pennsylvania. Very excited to help people clear their records. She's been too busy, but I think we've got a partnership with the NBA and the Sixers coming up. We have Philadelphia Electric. I was in the office of their CEO, and I was telling her about Rasa. So our responsibility as owners of businesses are really to fight to solve the problems. There's, Fortune 500 people, companies hire, 20% of the employment, but there's a lot of companies. I'm not allowed to call myself a small business anymore because I have 3,000 employees, but I still think of myself as a small business. And we have to fight these contracts with these big companies to advocate for our employees. So whether it's fighting for the contracts, or it's solving the financial problem, the educational problem, or the record problem, that's what we have to do as companies to be good stewards of what we've been blessed with in our lives.
Thanks. That is, Flagler Force, I think, has been really unique as a business. They'll, to summarize, Mike said they'll pay for anyone who doesn't have their GED to complete it on their own time, paying for individuals to go through the Rasa, have their record clear if they're eligible. So those are some of the internal practices, policies like a business is implementing. And I know RBIJ's worked with Flagger Force over the years. So Ma, if like beyond what companies are doing internally, maybe through practices and policies, although certainly touch on that if there's some that stand out of members of the Workforce and Justice Alliance. But what can they be doing beyond just hiring? And please, and speak to how that ties to RBIJ and the Workforce and Justice Alliance broader.
Thank you, Shay. So first I got to do the thank you. So my name is Maha Juwaid. I'm the CEO of the Responsible Business Initiative for Justice. I feel like I'm sinking in this chair, so I'm gonna scoot up a little bit. But first, I do really want to thank both Noella from Rasa and Burton Ritchie and Ben from Heretic Films. And I feel like this is an example of what responsible businesses for justice look like. Using your platform and your influence and your resources to gather us and to bring us to have these conversations. And that's what RBIJ is about. We are a nonprofit that works with the business community to advance justice. It looks like a bunch of different things. I'm gonna name 3 of them in a second. But I'm also very proud that we have we partner with everybody on this couch, but in particular, I'm a little jealous, Mike, because we partnered with Flagger Force for a while, but we've never gotten you on a panel. So now I'm going to make sure that, we'll hound you a little bit more. We'll try to bring you to Sundance. I think that's also part of it. We may not have had as, wonderful, beautiful place as this. And also, just to say, Shay is remarkable, and Shay's with Goodwill now, but she used to be with Flagger Force. And so really our partnership with Flagger Force has been for a long time, and really thanks to the dedication of Shay and for the leadership of Mike. So I'll say yes, definitely worth the clap. And the last thank you, I'm eating a lot of my time because it's worthwhile, is to thank the Just Trust as well. We're proud to be a sponsor, and we sponsored this panel, but the Just Trust is sponsoring the entire event. And so I hope Jolene's still in the room. They're a supporter of ours as well, and having the philanthropy behind nonprofits, many of which are in the room, is critical. And actually is how I am able to do the work that I am with my colleagues are in my organization, and that we're not asking businesses for money, we're asking them to do things that is necessary to advance justice in this world. And that's only because of the support of really important organizations like the Just Trust. Okay, so what do we do and how are businesses engaged? So I like to use numbers, and so we work on 3 strategies, but I'm gonna add a 4th at the end. And that is the first, you heard a lot from Mike just now, and also from the chief. And that is that really thinking about opening up opportunities for employment, thinking about corporate policy, how you can lower barriers for people to come in. And the example you gave of writing a check is also a cost savings to you, I'm sure, because you don't have to train the next person. So even though there's a lot of generosity behind that, and that's a wonderful thing we should lift up, there's also a value in that for the business community to recognize that when you give someone an opportunity to stay employed, you don't have to go through the hassle of retraining and recruiting, and we all know what that's like if you are in a company or an employer that has to do the process of hiring folks. So that's one pillar of our work, is to help employers consider how they can lower barriers internally. Often that's in partnership with other experts who know how to do this, provide wraparound services. This agenda is full of our community. So Persevere is one I want to acknowledge that Sean launched. Persevere is one, for example, that we partnered with projects funded by Walmart to help support the connections between employers and opportunity youth who need employment, and Flagger Force was a part of that as well. The second pillar of work that we do is in the policy space, and Ken's left, but I 100% agree that policy is critical to advance fairness in this society. I actually come from the policy world. I'm not recovering, I'm still an attorney, so I'm also an attorney, and recognize how difficult it is to create change without knowing the laws and being able to break those barriers down. And what we do is we work with the business community to partner with the justice reformers to carry the message about what those reforms look like and should look like. They're not designing the reforms. We've never asked Flagger Force to mark up a bill. We share what those possibilities are in their states, and then arming them with the talking points if they're willing. And everything we do is opt-in, never naming and shaming, and always where a business wants to be, we'll meet them. So what that looks like on a slew of policy issues that I know that is going to talk about as well, there's ways in which we can advance fairness in our society, and by having the business be a messenger for those policy reforms, we know legislators and policymakers are more willing to hear it. So that's what we do in a lot of our work. We prepare businesses to be advocates for policy change without having to become experts in those policies. And the last thing I'll say, everyone's welcome. Sometimes people ask us, how do you work with this business or that business? We're nonpartisan. We don't look at people's hearts and minds. We look at whether they're willing to join us. And if they're willing to join us, they're most welcome because they're not designing, again, the policy reform. They're joining or they're choosing not to. And then the third bucket of work that we do is narrative change. And again, this is a wonderful example of that. Thinking about the ways in which you can lift up business voices, as well as giving space for folks to talk about how it is that we can make change possible and create more opportunities for people in our society. And so narrative change for us often looks like op-eds or conferences where you prepare business leaders to be able to speak. And no one prepared Mike today, so he's doing this from his heart. But really thinking about the ways in which we can be the strategic communications team for a business when we know their business is there. It's not engaging on justice, although we're grateful they're doing it. Their business is whatever it might be to provide resources for their community. And so we are the ones who are providing them with the opportunity to use their voice in ways that we need them to. So that's a big piece of what we do. So those are our strategies. And now I'm going to do the plug. As I said, we are funded by philanthropy, so I'm not asking for money today, although I always should ask for money, and that's a bad thing I'm doing. I'm asking for partnerships. So to the extent that any businesses are in the room and want to join us in our work, we have a map on our website. It'll soon be clickable thanks to JP Morgan Chase. Nan's in the room. They've given us some real important pro bono help. But the ability to see where you can help and deploy your interest in being able to advance justice reform, we meet you where you are, and we will welcome you into our society and our community. We have almost 800 businesses that work with us, not all at the same level, all opt in, and also we never ever disclose unless a business wants us to share what they're doing.
Thanks, Maha. Something I really appreciated about RBIJ when I was at Flagger Force is that, as the company was growing and there wasn't a full-time government affairs, public affairs role, RBIJ, we already had the partnership, and you knew the business, so bringing opportunities to say, we know clean slate, we know driver's license suspension reform, it can impact your business. There's these laws in these states, can you help leverage the voice? And so Mike, there's a lot of op-eds Mike's done to help with that, and that was when a business doesn't have the capacity, then bringing those opportunities to them is great. So thanks. If we could pivot to kind of the state government. So Jesse from Council of State Governments, the Justice Center, if you could share about Reentry 2030, and I'll get it all out. So one, really curious to hear when you're working across states that have varying political and demographic realities, what are some of the common through lines on 2030? And then also, I think it launched in 2022 or 2023, so now we're a couple years out. So states that have created those plans, executive, orders, have you been seeing any outcomes from that?
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Jessie Kelly. I am the Program Director for Reentry 2030. We have 7 states that have launched the initiative, and it's really a reentry systems strategy. It's not a cookie-cutter model policy. We are going into states and having conversations about who should be at the table, what are your gaps, what are your opportunities, how can Reentry 2030 and the team offer assessments and recommendations to make those gaps stronger, and that's really led by a self-assessment based in data and needs. So we ask states to join not only their Department of Corrections, but workforce, housing, health. We ask governors to sign executive orders, so there is an executive level responsibility attached to joining Reentry 2030. And then, of course, we have community partners and directly impacted people joining that table conversation as well. So all 7 states that have launched the initiative at this point also have some type of reentry task force or working group where people from the different sectors are coming together and really going through, these are our top line goals and these are the strategies and metrics we have to get to that end goal. And it's really exciting when you start talking about the actual things happening in states, because you can sort of say all these buzzwords in a big picture, and it does sound great, but Missouri has a goal that they want 85% of people who are leaving their period of incarceration to be employed within 60 days of release. And and that is just one example in one state. North Carolina has 6 major goals. I think they have over 120 different smaller strategies they're working to employ those larger goals. North Carolina has a reentry outcomes measurement system. So we're not trying to track people indefinitely, but you do have to have some data points to prove positive the things that you're working on. So North Carolina looks to administrative data and hiring data and supervision data while a person is still sort of connected to the system and working to get employed, to track who is employing them, how much money they're making, is it a career position or is it one of those sort of intro-level positions, and then how can we make sure that folks who are reentering have the capability and training they need to be in those career-ready positions. The last example I'll give, which I think is really exciting, and then I'll pause. Alabama is one of the states that's joined Reentry 2030, and you can tell from the accent, I live there. So I'm really excited to see that Alabama has taken steps for the positive, because as Josh mentioned earlier, the Alabama solution was national news and nominated for this film, and it really highlighted all of the existing problems in the corrections system there, but they are doing some positive things. There is something called the PrEP Center that is run through the Alabama Department of Pardons and Paroles, and it's a 90-day transitional housing facility where men who have been accepted onto probation go and stay right before they're released back out into the community. And there are numerous opportunities for certification achievement while you are in the program, but one specifically is a public-private partnership with Pardons and Paroles, Alabama Power, and Ingram State Technical College, where they're training men to be tree trimmers for power companies. So they've installed a pole in the facility. They have educators come and work with the men. And then Alabama Power has really done something incredible where they are actually paying for the boots that the tree trimmers have to do that job successfully. And then they get to keep the boots. And then Alabama Power is following through and hiring the men to do the job they're trained for. So that's just one example of how you have to have coordination to scale pilot projects.
Yes. Thank you. We do have some time, and I have other questions, but I did want to take an opportunity, if there's questions from the audience, to give you the opportunity. You're going to have to shout, because we don't have a roaming mic, but does anybody have one?
We can have a roaming mic.
Sure. If anyone has a question they want to throw at the panel.
I got a question for everyone.
Oh.
Nobody else? If y'all are going to be
This
shy,
is
I'll
it.
ask a question.
Yeah.
How many business partners do you want?
Infinite. I mean, I said infinite. I think it depends on actually the campaign, but we want as many as can. We know numbers actually matter for so I'll give more about my background. I spent most of my career in the federal government before doing my own consultancy and now running this nonprofit. And policymakers are influenced by business leaders. So I know I've said that, but I also know it. So I would say as many as we can get. And at the same time, when we have 5 business leaders who are willing to stand strong, we're grateful and we want them. But the truth is, a huge part of the work of engaging with businesses is peer-to-peer inspiration. And seeing that one business is willing to do it, it will attract 5 more. And what we do is a lot of retail, meaning we have a new policy issue. Clean Slate's a great example because the next panel is going to be Clean Slate, and you have Alex Williams from the Clean Slate Initiative here. It's a remarkable policy solution. Obviously, Rasa is a big part of that community as well. But what I mean by that is when we are working in a state trying to mobilize more businesses to be supportive of that particular reform, when we go door knocking, and by that I mean phone calls and emails, we may not get a lot of responses until we get one. Then we get one, we go back around, and then we get 2. So our playbook is not a secret. It is a lot of work, and that's why an organization like ours is necessary, because it requires a lot of work. But to your answer, Burton, we want all of you, and we want everyone to be, and the other piece of this too, and I'll pass it back, is just to say it de-risks the idea of engaging it. That's good for businesses to know that they can do it. It also helps the public, and again, we're at Sundance. Film, art, being able to capture people's minds allows people to understand what's possible. And again, having businesses talk about this in ways that are, open allows people to feel comfortable that criminal justice reform is sensible and appropriate.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. My question is about safety. I talk to a lot of employers who are interested in fair chance hiring, but a lot of them will say, how can I do this safely? How will I convince my employees that their lives aren't in danger? What types of records do I hire? And so we have two employers up here who work in professions where safety is really important: firefighting, traffic control. I'm hoping that you can kind of speak to this issue of safety and what you would tell an employer about safety when hiring justice-impacted people. And of course, Jesse, Maha, I'm sure you have things to say about this as well.
I'll go first since I have the mic, and then I'll pass it to you. Yeah, my clients are the big boys: Exelon, Southern Companies, Duke, Verizon. They are extremely safety focused. We are judged, and we win or lose contracts on their safety. So when you talk to an executive, I am not going to put my employees behind the fence. Obviously, the behind the fence is the secure, keeps our networks running. Without power, without gas, without water, we're dead in the water, really. So you find positions that allow them to feel safe, and you show the accountability and responsibility. So, you talked about a career. And I think what's interesting is probably most people in this room would go, traffic control. Where's there a career? But we've built a career. And we've built people that next year, I've only celebrated full-time employment since 2006. Next year, I celebrate our first 20-year employees. So they were there at the very beginning of this business. And we have a career. And I'm embarrassed sometimes when our clients speak down to our work. Our work is important. Without us doing our work, without the tree trimmers, your power isn't on. Without us protecting those crews, your gas isn't flowing. So, it is really important to balance the safety. Like, we evaluate every background, and we just make a more open and honest assessment of that. And then, are we going to make mistakes? Absolutely. But we hold ourselves accountable to learn from every experience. And it's really the secret sauce is in looking someone in the eye and saying, I'm going to give you an opportunity. At Flagler Force, every single employee I meet that's brand new, I say, look, life at Flagler Force is extremely simple. Number one, be where you're supposed to be. Nothing happens if you're not on time, right? Number two is the most difficult. Do what you know is right, even when no one's watching. And you would not believe how many times I say that in a week, but it is critical that in the roles of people coming out of incarceration or even just bad experiences, doing what you know, we will show you what's right. Just do it. Follow your training, and you will be successful. And the third is raise your hand for opportunity. And you do those three things at Flagler Force, you've got success, and in life, you have success by doing that. Here you go, Chief.
Thank you, Mike. Stigma and fear is expensive. It costs $132,860 to house one person in California prison. Let that sink in, right? You got thousands of people that's locked up, right? Opportunity is a big deal. And we talk about public safety, right? That's number one. But public safety and rehabilitation goes hand in hand, right? It's most like people are less likely to go back to prison if they have employment. And it starts with businesses. I'd rather give a person a shot, right, at an opportunity like being a firefighter than in worrying about somebody breaking in my home, somebody selling drugs on a corner, right? Because everything you do affects everybody around you. And as leaders, we gotta take the brunt of the whole thing, right? Like, we are moving and shaking a lot when it comes to our economy, folks' opportunity and everything. So you have to understand the power and influence you have, and you play a part in public safety. You play a part in giving people opportunities. You play a part in giving people that chance to redeem themselves and give them purpose and value, right? You do. And I think a lot of people get on those high horses, right? You make a mistake. I know everybody, who's perfect in here? Raise your hand, please. Right? And one thing that I want to say lastly is that it's a word that I love, and it's called Ubuntu. I am because we are. And when you think about the importance of it's we, it's not I, then you will realize why you're here on this earth. The purpose of life, if you don't know, is to serve. Everybody put your hand out. If everybody got their hand out, nobody's getting nothing, right? But if everybody's giving, everybody receiving. And that's the type of mentality that we need to have as leaders in giving a person that second chance, because it's going to, give opportunity. It can probably even save another person's life, right? And, those are the things that we need to start thinking about and really move forward and be innovative. Don't be scared to make that decision. Sometimes it's going to take 1 or 2 times for a person to get their stuff together. And, they say what, 1 out of 3, Americans have a criminal record. So you're going to have to deal with it regardless. So we might as well embrace it now. And I know it's a camera and this is, recording, but I do want to say something that's really like a reality, that the person that's supposed to be the highest or the most powerful person in the world, was it 34 of them things? I'm just saying, and in respect to the president and everybody, right? And everybody, but that's a reality too that we have to understand. And we got to really, take in consideration moving forward, so.
I'll be really brief.
No, yeah, we've got time.
Reentry 2030 is a core component of it is economic mobility and workforce development. But there are so many other pieces to that wheel for us, including continuity of care. So like Arizona is a Reentry 2030 state, and one of their goals is to have 100 people on Medicaid or signed up if they are eligible before they exit corrections. Great. Washington State, one of their goals is that there will be 0 returns to homelessness. There will be an active housing transition plan. But the question, yes, so I want to say that first, but the question is about economic mobility and public safety. And so when we have businesses come to those reentry task force and working groups and tables, they are opening so many doors, not only for government to build partnerships and trust with, but also that will benefit directly impacted people. And so when a business is at a table with you, it shifts from a social service to a talent acquisition and development conversation, and that looks different for everyone in the room.
Thanks. Kind of going off of that and speaking to Noella's question about de-risking, both I think of the forestry and fire recruitment program and Flagger Force, something I've loved is that you've created career training pathways and career pathways. So you've almost broken down positions to start to be entry level, and then getting people in the door, and then you're giving them skills and training them up internally, and they're gaining responsibility as they move up.
Not related to that, but I know that we've only got a few minutes left, and Shay used to work for me years ago, so I could always interrupt her. Yeah. But I can't anymore. She's a moderator. But there was something really relevant that was said in one of the sessions earlier. It was the Georgia Power executive. I don't know if it was the CEO or not, and he referred to say something about you got to speak in the P&L. And I think that was really important that he said that, because I've been in this room for a couple hours, and business owners have a challenge, because obviously we have to make money or the business doesn't survive, but we have to do what's right. And the blessing of trying to educate, and I know there's film people around here somewhere, and I wish I could figure out a way to tell the story to business owners of the grace and the beauty that occurs when you give someone an opportunity. I have 2 really quick stories. I was, as I told you, I do my anniversary visits, and I had just delivered a 10-year anniversary, and I'm driving my next one, and I looked to my left, and there's a Flagger Force truck. And I'm like a moth to a flame. I pull in, I get out of my car, and this young lady named Ashley sees my face, comes running up to the truck and says, "Mike, you gave me an opportunity when no one else would. A year and a half ago, no one would hire me. Flagger Force hired me. I am not going anywhere. I love my work. I love the responsibility." She's a crew leader. She's progressed. That experience was amazing. Made my week. The best story, though, is a guy in Baltimore that he was facing divorce from his wife. They were going to get kicked out of their house. He had no money. He had no job future. He had nothing. And he went to the corner store to buy a soda, and he was 6 cents short. One of my employees was standing behind him, paid the 6 cents. Great. That's grace, right? The guy turns around and goes, Flagger Force, what do you do? And he said, you should apply. And the guy said, no one will hire me. And the young man said, they hired me. Like, they might hire you. And he went home, filled out the application, it's brief, and was so excited to tell his wife that he was trying, because he was trying to save his marriage, his life, his children, and everything else. And 10 years later, I was giving this guy his jacket. And in downtown Baltimore, there are certain places where I can't walk safely. It's a difficult, war-torn area. And he was walking me back to my car, because that's what my teams do when they feel like I'm in an unsafe area. And I said, look, this isn't that unsafe. I'm cool. He's like, I want to tell you the story. And he shared that story with me after 10 years of being with my company, that he had been given a new lease on life. I don't know if he had a background. I don't care. That's the point of this. It's not about what have you done in your past. But I don't know who that individual was that paid the 6 cents. But that individual cared enough about a person in life that led to an employee of mine having a 10-year career that is beloved by the Baltimore Gas and Electric Company. I don't have to rehire somebody. I've got somebody right there. So that experience is just what is heartwarming. And to me, how do we tell that story? Because business owners need to hear that. Those are the stories that keep me coming back to work. It's not the money. It's that experience.
And I know you have a lot of those stories. That's just like a couple. We've got just 2 minutes left. If you could each take 30 seconds, and if there's one thing you want, the audience to walk away from this panel with, what is it?
Sure. For me, the way that I've been approaching the work at Reentry 2030 and really developing these strategic plans with states is to look at it as a kaleidoscope. We know that no system is perfect. It's just a whole bunch of broken pieces out there. But if we can put them together and turn it just the right way, then we can find something that's going to work in this moment for this state. So there's just a lot of opportunity. And I think that the single message we should leave from this panel is just there is hope and there should be some excitement.
I'll be brief. Let's be bold. Let's be bold. Let's do things that we know that, the integrity piece, and try to give people opportunity, because without that, we will suffer as a community. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Chief. I said almost everything I needed to say. I would think that there is an opportunity to continue to deliver the message to business owners. There are a tremendous number of businesses that are not the big Fortune 500, and they're not the small companies. They're in my range, and having business owners that are courageous enough to make the right decisions, to do what they know is right, we need to tell that story in as big a possible stage as we can.
Oh, he set me up. That's perfect. So the thing I'll say, please clap for Mike. But just to say that, we have this thing called the Workforce and Justice Alliance. Shay mentioned it. So the Second Chance Business Coalition is remarkable. They're the Fortune 500s. JP Morgan Chase is at the front of it with Eaton. They're amazing. We have the Workforce and Justice Alliance. We have some Fortune 500, but we have mom and pop shops. We have big companies like Flagger Force as well. Chief Ramey, you have a social enterprise. It's going to come into the WJA, so I was thinking that. I want to also acknowledge Resume, Flick Shop, Rasa, Flagger Force. So these are all members of our Workforce and Justice Alliance. We're over 70, no fee for entry. So any business here, there's nothing to do other than look at principles and say, yes, you want to be part of a community of businesses that talk to each other, and then we deploy you. And the stages that we have, this is kind of hard. In May, we have our annual summit in London, so if anyone happens to be in London, please come find me. And then next year in DC, in May of 2027 in DC, it's at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. They're hosting it for us. So last thing, there's magnets, and I ask you to pick these up just so that I don't have to carry them home. So they're on that table there. The little thing in the middle is the magnet, but our website's here. So thanks. Yeah.
Perfect time. Great. Thanks so much.
Morning. Amazing. Well, thank you all for sticking around for this while. Could we cut the music, please?
We should announce that we're at Sundance and we're actually going to show a film here.
Yeah, very.
Everybody gather around.
Thank you, Nan. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Williams, and I am Chief of Staff with the Clean Slate Initiative. Thank you.
We're going to show a film, folks, in the back. Come on, why don't you grab a seat and some popcorn and have a seat and watch the film at a film festival.
At a film festival. I'm Alex Williams, Chief of Staff with the Clean Slate Initiative. We are a national bipartisan organization working to make sure that no one is forever defined by their past. We pass and implement legislation at state levels and are working in Congress to automate the record sealing process so that if you meet the criteria in your state and you've been crime-free for a number of years, you don't have to go courthouse by courthouse, pay a filing fee, get a notary, fill out a bunch of confusing paperwork. Instead, the government reviews who is eligible and seals those records. We're really fortunate to have passed in 13 states and DC, and once all of those laws, thank you, once all of those laws are implemented, over 18 million people will have their records sealed. We're very proud that Utah is a clean slate state, in large part due to Noella's work to get that bill passed in 2019, and we're a proud partner of Clean Slate Utah, Destiny Garcia's organization. I am thrilled to be sitting with Nan, who really needs no introduction, but has been instrumental in our advocacy work across the country. So Nan, I'd love if you could introduce yourself and tell us a bit about the film to get us started.
Sure. Thanks so much, Alex. And thank you all for being here. And thank you, Noella, for organizing this and inviting us. So my name is Nan Gibson. I'm Executive Director of the JP Morgan Chase Policy Center. And I lead our work related to careers and skills, second chance, and economic security net issues. We, over the last 6 years, as an employer, we have hired over 21,000 people who have records. It's very important to note who have records that fit within our regulatory framework, and we'll get into that later. But this is something that we feel is very important as part of our inclusive hiring strategy. We operate in 50 states across the country. We are looking for the best talent in all the markets where we operate. And so we bring the full force of the firm to this. It's what we do as an employer, our hiring. We make investments in communities and the local hiring ecosystems. We have a number of lawyers who work for the firm, and our pro bono legal team does expungement clinics all across the country, serving hundreds of folks at these events. We're a co-founder of the Second Chance Business Coalition, which has been discussed. Yes, thank you. And then there's my day job, which is working to pass public policy with a lot of the folks here in the room. But we recognize that we often get the question, why does a bank work on this issue? And one of the ways that we thought it was an important way we thought to be able to answer that question is with this film, The Waiting Workforce, which I thank my colleagues in communications and firm-wide marketing who put this together because this tells the story about why we work on Clean Slate. And it's because we want to create greater economic opportunities in communities all across the country, and we want to help people move on from their records and not be defined by that once they fulfill their justice system obligations. So this film is really our way of explaining why we think this is an important issue to work on. Oh, and I should mention one other thing, this was actually this film was a finalist at Cannes last year, so it's great. And this will be its Sundance debut. I don't know if that's the right order, but I'm not in the film business, so. The anticipation, I'm sure, is killing everybody. But
well, while we wait for the film to get set up, Nan, when we were preparing for this, you talked about how J.P. Morgan Chase over the last 6 years has hired over 21,000 people with records. J.P. Morgan Chase is a bank. Banks are highly regulated. Can you talk a little bit about how you all embody second chances in what you do as a company, and then we can talk a little on the policy side as well.
Sure. So because we do have a complex regulatory environment, we had to be very intentional about how we went about bringing people on who have a record. We want to make sure that your money is safe. We move, on any given day, roughly $10 trillion around the world. So it's really important that we keep everybody's money safe and do that in a way. And what that meant was that we needed to bring together, colleagues from all across the firm to look at our systems, or our processes, our procedures, how we did it, and how we could do it better. So we have colleagues in HR, legal, policy, employee engagement. And so it's by basically fine-tuning those internal processes that we've been able to do that. And, it's really, and also working with our regulators, just, to put in a plug for policy really quickly, we worked on passing the Fair Hiring and Banking Act in 2022. And that, yes, it made some very common sense reforms to how financial institutions are able to bring on people who may have lower level crimes. Now, I know something was said earlier about, low level crimes, and that's important as a place to start. I will say, even a low level crime can really derail someone's future. And so it's important that when someone has fulfilled their justice system obligations, and when they have waited that appropriate amount of time that state laws call for, that then they should be able to move past that and have those economic opportunities that are available to folks who to everyone else, I suppose. So that was one of the first steps we did, was to sort of work in our own house and figure out how this was going to work in our own industry.
Yeah, that's so important, right? To be able to model the beliefs that you have and what you're actually doing inside of your own organization or your own company. And one of the panelists earlier talked about the invisible handcuffs that you have even after you've served your time, paid your debt to society, and still have a record. And a lot of what we focus on Clean Slate is the millions of Americans who have a record that they have to disclose every time they apply for a job, every time they're looking for housing, every time they want to be a chaperone on their on their child's school trip. And many of those people have been out of prison for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and many of them actually didn't serve any prison time in relation to their conviction. And so when we think about the scale of this population, it's actually really significant in every single state across this country. And to talk a bit in business terms, one of the kind of facts that we talk about is over $87 billion is lost in annual GDP in America just by excluding people with records from our economic system. That doesn't make any sense, right? And so I'm curious, Nan, I really hope we get to see the film, but can you talk a bit about, but can you talk a little bit about why J.P. Morgan Chase decided to use storytelling and why that is so important, even in an employer context, to be humanizing this issue?
Right. Well, I think the statistic bears repeating. I know it's been mentioned a few times, but when 1 in 3 working age adults has a criminal record, that means we all know someone who could use a second chance. Everybody. These are our family, our friends, our neighbors, our colleagues. And so the reason why we thought it was important is to, and the stories, which again, by the way, you can find it on our website as well. So sorry to be a spoiler on that, but when when you hear the stories of, somebody who just did something dumb in college and this has impacted their ability to be able to, when they were young, and this has impacted their ability to get a job or an education or housing, and it's really derailed their life. So that's one of the reasons why we thought it was important, because again, it humanizes it. It helps destigmatize it. One important thing that I also should, wanted to point out that when we hire, when we do our hiring, we ban the box back in 2018. So we don't ask about somebody's background until a conditional offer of employment has been made. So that means that when we know at that point that this is the person who has the skills that we need to do the jobs, to deliver products and services to our customers. And at that point, we just need to make sure that they are in compliance with our regulators and our regulatory framework. Again, owing to we want to keep everybody's money safe. So, that's the point at which this comes up. And in our process, the only people who know that someone who works at the firm might have a record are the global screening team who do this work. And so it is really up to the individual if they would care to disclose if they have a record to be able to do that. So it's their story, it's not our story. And I think that that's another important part of what this film does, is that it tells you the voices of the impacted, how it's impacted their lives. And the same thing we believe is true of our employees. Now, the flip side of that story is we do know that the stigma is so strong that, very few employees have been willing to self-ID because they think it might impact, their ability to, advance. Even at a firm where, we make films about it, I get to go out and talk about it every day to groups like yours. But even then, that gives you a pretty good indication of like how strong that stigma continues to be in our society and in the workplace.
Absolutely. The stigma and shame and fear and bias that exists around people with records about crime and safety in America is really deep and really strong. And one of the things that JP Morgan Chase has been working on, as well as the Clean Slate Initiative, is really around narrative change. We have been fortunate to invest in some deep narrative research, and so we kind of have consultants who do focus groups across the country, and we get to watch them. And there was one time where we're testing different videos or content of people sharing their story, and then we get to watch the focus group's reactions. And there was one time that I was watching a focus group, and a woman said, "I had never considered that someone in prison might also be a parent. I had never even thought that this person could be a mother like I am." It was really hard to hear, but it demonstrates for people who feel disconnected from this issue, there's so much ways that we create distance from each other. 1 in 2 children has a parent who's experienced incarceration in America. That's the scale of the issue and the impact that we're talking about. And so there's so much need around demonstrating that people can be good employers or employees or employers, but they also want to be good parents, and they also want to volunteer and start their own businesses. And Nan, I feel like one of the things that you personally have been such a champion of is advocacy and policy work. And with the Clean Slate Initiative, you show up to testimonies, you come to campaign meetings and help us strategize. Can you talk a little bit about how other company leaders and corporations can step into advocacy in a way that matches their corporation's goals and values?
Sure. Well, I think that it is important for the employer voice to be present in these policy debates. Because I think that policymakers need to understand how this does impact the ability of businesses to be able to attract the talent that they need in order to, for their businesses to grow. And so, we have worked you mentioned the statistics, nationwide about Clean Slate. We've worked in JP Morgan Chase has worked in 9 states. Which has helped 9 million people, which is what it's all about. And, we have brought along, other employers to this debate. And, whether it's Verizon working on the Clean Slate campaign in New York, and other, employers, who have gotten more involved in this because they recognize. So there is definitely a role and an opportunity for business to explain to policymakers, exactly how this can, impact what we're doing. I do think that it's also important, to bring, also bring back the narrative change piece of it, like partners like the NBA, like Jump, because, as you may have noticed here in Park City, JP Morgan Chase has branches on the corners, and it's tremendous. But the NBA is in like 14 million living rooms every night when they're in season, and so when we partner with the Atlanta Hawks, for example, to do a second chance activation, where they talk. Does everybody know what a second chance point is? By the way. It's when we learned about give and go earlier, and now we're going to learn about the second chance point. So if somebody tries to make a basket and they get the rebound and then they make the basket, that is the second chance point. And so we have worked with teams, a few teams across the country to try to bring that to light to their audiences as well, in addition to the other policy work that we do with the Social Justice Coalition there. But that's a way to really, meet people where they are and educate them in a way that they may not have expected when they're tuning into their favorite basketball team.
Well, I have heard we can play the film, but it is going to be on the screens by the bar. So maybe just turn your heads, and we will get to watch JP Morgan Chase's film, The Waiting Workforce, and then we'll continue our conversation afterwards. Thank you, Nan.
It gets me every time.
I'm going to say some final words and then pass the final note to Nan. But something I love about that film is the hope that it gives to people And that's a big part of why I work at Clean Slate and why we do the work that we do, is for people to know that there is a possibility of a second chance. Something doesn't have to follow you forever. And so I just want to use this moment to thank some of the people in this room who give me a lot of hope, which are people who have lived experience in our incarceration system, who are now doing amazing things and amazing work, many of whom are here today, some of whom are partners of Clean Slate, like Sheba Williams in Virginia, Destiny Garcia in Utah, Marcus Bullock with Flick Shop, and so many other people who've graced this stage today. Thank you for still finding hope after years of being told no. I also want to thank the Just Trust, who's a partner of the Clean Slate Initiative, and Jolene, if she's here, still serves on our board. And of course, Nan, a huge champion of Clean Slate work. So thank you all for this time. Nan, I'd love for you to just close us out with a reason why employers should be invested in this work and any call to action you have for folks in the room.
Sure. Well, first of all, yeah, I do want to thank everybody who has supported us through this work, but I'm not going to turn this into an Academy Award speech. So, but you all know who you are, and we all appreciate your partnership. I mean, I think that, you know, as has been mentioned, there's over 50 companies in the Second Chance Business Coalition, and the reason why we felt it was important, we co-founded that coalition, and why we thought it was important is for businesses to learn from each other, learn about what are the best practices for hiring and advancement strategies within your regulatory environment and within your business model. And sometimes these are like not that easy to navigate. So it's important that we created a community of learning among businesses to try to do this. And we have over 50 large companies that you know, are doing this work. And when you put your logo up on a website, it creates a demand signal as well. And it tells people who may have a background that they are going to get a fair shot at these companies. And that is probably, you know, one of the most important things that companies can do is to talk about it in public. You know, let people know that they believe in fair chance hiring, whether it's joining the Fair Chance or Second Chance Business Coalition or your local hiring ecosystem cohort. And you know, if you have the capacity and the ability to talk to your policymakers, to encourage them to lower those barriers to employment in a common sense way, as we've all discussed. But there is some low-hanging fruit out there that policymakers can work to advance. But as we all know, they need to hear from their constituents. They need to hear from the businesses in their community. And so I would just say, you know, let them know. And I guess I'll borrow the Nike, you know, slogan, like, just do it. So thank you.
Thank you all so much.